Correct.
And he just made her put, I guess, sticks on top of the suitcase.
Correct.
And then he made her watch.
Correct.
And then also that he made her go down there a couple times after the fact.
That's what she stated.
And you stated you don't remember her speaking about the cosplay or explaining any of that, correct?
Correct.
And she showed you the location when you spoke to her about where this fire pit was on the property, or tried to?
She didn't show me. She showed the
different
investigators
law
in Peoria.
enforcement. Okay.
Right.
But that was confirmed in your
It
investigation?
was.
And throughout this investigation, you brought warrants against her and Mr. Warren, correct?
That's correct.
Were you able to encounter Mr. Warren?
I was.
Sorry. And did you happen to speak with him?
I did.
Did you tell him what he was charged with?
Objection, hearsay, if we're getting into
I didn't
that
talk about what he
category.
said. I said nothing about what he said. Did you talk?
Objection, I guess the relevance then of what, if you told him what he was charged with, what that has anything to do with it.
So you stated that you met him,
I did.
okay? Do you remember him trying to attack you?
Objection, relevance. We have-
Did he remember Mr. Warren trying to attack him? It's relevant
No,
because she talks about how violent he was and she was scared of him. It's relevant because they're saying that she's not credible, but her story was that he was violent and she was scared of him because of that.
it is bad character evidence, Judge, he knows that, and he knows that it'd be something that's kept out of here. We've had many motion hearings about it. It's honestly, Judge, it's irrelevant, it's years later, it's when he's being arrested, it doesn't have anything to do with this, he knows that.
I know it's relevant.
Sustain the objection.
And ask the judge, frankly, since I asked, instruct the jury, so that's pieces of the evidence there to disregard.
Well, I'll sustain the objection. I think that I instructed the jury when I sustained the objection there not to consider that.
That's all I have for you right now.
Thank you.
She may have more to read.
All right, I want to kind of back up here. So we're talking about she goes into Peoria and gives this voluntary, using air quotes, statement. That's after, I mean, multiple people have already contacted the Peoria Police Department to
Correct.
relay information about her being involved in this murder.
Correct.
Right? Okay, and that's going to include Terry Feely, Ashley Durham, and her ex-husband David Settles. Right?
Correct.
All right, so it's not like she just woke up one morning and was like, you know what, got to get this off my chest, right?
Right.
She's in the middle of a custody dispute, in the middle of a divorce, in which her ex-husband knows she's involved in this.
Correct.
Okay. So she goes in and she makes these statements. And the entirety of the first statement that she makes to the detectives in Peoria, in addition to the entirety of the next 4-hour interview, every version of what she's saying that she's not there, that is a lie. That she would agree later is a lie.
Correct.
All of that statement.
Correct.
Those statements. Okay. And then even when y'all go back in the third interview and you give her the opportunity, because you know about the phone records information by the time y'all go back into the third, right?
Correct.
So you go back in this other interview and you say, okay, is there anything else you want to tell us? This is not adding up. Like, is there anything else? Y'all know the phone record stuff. She doesn't know you know it yet. Does she take that opportunity to tell what she says is her, version of the truth?
No.
Okay. It's not until literally you confront her and you say, we know that you were there. We know you were there. That she tells this other version.
Correct.
And even in this other version, there's still countless, we'll call them inconsistencies or untruths in there, right?
Correct.
when y'all are interviewing her also, and you're thanking her, saying you appreciate a lot of this, I mean, you don't have all of this social media stuff to be able to know exactly what she was posting that day, right?
I had none of that at that time.
You don't have the stuff about how much she loves him and tagging him in Happy Dance or even Death is When the Party Started or anything in those interviews, correct?
Correct.
We'll get to Facebook till later.
Correct.
You don't have the messages showing that she voluntarily sought him out in California and met up with him, right?
Correct.
You're just kind of taking her word for, oh, well, he just ran into me and I was so scared, correct?
Correct.
You know about Bob and a couple other things because they were things people had discussed before, right?
Correct.
But you don't have the like actual documents, search warrant records you get from Facebook.
Correct.
When they leave Georgia together a few months after the murder, they don't just go to Illinois first. They go to Arkansas first, correct?
Correct.
And do you know who they stay with there for at least a little bit?
I believe it was some family members of hers.
Of hers.
Mhm.
Okay. And then when they go to Illinois, who is it that they stay with when they get there, at least initially?
They stayed in a tent outside of her grandmother's house.
And she was scared. She said she's scared because Alexander Warren calls her in 2000 or whatever year it is when she has a baby, and tells you that, you know, he must have seen on social media or something that she had a baby, right?
Right.
And he does that call, and she says that scares her, correct?
Correct.
That's what she says. But she continues to post her children on social media, right, including TikTok videos and things like that.
Correct.
They're in them. Okay, a few of them at least, or at least one or two of them. Okay. She's saying she's scared. She thinks that's how he knows she has a kid. She's still posting them.
Correct.
In terms of this idea that she just doesn't have friends or family or anybody to call or whatever, she tells you she has access to the vehicle. She's the one that drives that Dodge Ram truck, right?
Correct. Correct.
Yes, do you need to elaborate on that?
Because Alex did not have a license.
Okay, that's fine. But she's driving the car. She's driving to and from work to Atlanta and back
Correct.
after this happens,
Correct.
right? Okay, so she can get in that car. She could drive where she needs to go. She drives to Atlanta.
Correct.
And she comes back home to Alex.
Correct.
Drives to Atlanta again, comes back home to Alex.
Correct.
All right, just one moment. She says she's afraid of him. She never makes her Facebook private, right?
No, she doesn't.
TikToks are public.
Correct.
All of that. Okay. All right, I don't have anything further.
At this point in time, you didn't know if Ms. Goble or Alex was friends on social media when she stated that he contacted her about her children, correct? You didn't know if they were friends or not on social media? Or she said they weren't. Do you remember that?
So you're asking me if Katelyn Goble and Alex Warren were communicating on Facebook?
Friends on social media, Facebook, when she stated he reached out to her about her children? She stated, do you remember her stating they weren't friends on social media?
I do not remember her saying that.
Okay, so you don't remember her, she doesn't know how he contacted her because she essentially canceled him out at that point in time in her life.
I just remember her saying he called from an unknown phone number.
Okay. And the vehicle, that wasn't her vehicle, correct?
No,
You learned in your investigation that vehicle was given to Alex, correct?
it wasn't given to him.
Well, it was his vehicle to use. It was the family vehicle.
It was a vehicle for them both to use.
Okay, but that was, I guess it wasn't her vehicle.
No,
Okay. And whenever she left the house, you were here when his family spoke. Alex was with her. So it's not like she left and came back to him. He was with her whenever she left the house.
correct?
Okay. And with the social media, there was nothing in your investigation that you saw between Alex and between Miss Goble that planned the death of Morgan Bauer.
No,
There wasn't anything that they said they killed Morgan Bauer.
No.
There was nothing in any of those social medias where you saw them conspire or talk about the death of Morgan Bauer.
no,
Thank you.
There is a post that says death is when the party started, less than 2 weeks after the murder, where she tagged Alexander Warren.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. And she does talk about in her interviews where sometimes Alex wouldn't go to the strip club with her, that there had been problems with him in the parking lot, so sometimes she's going alone, sometimes she's not.
correct.
Right, okay, I don't have anything.
You can come down.
You can, never mind, Jeff. I was gonna say you could be released, but I think he's gonna stick with us anyway. Can we take a break,
Okay. All right, members of the jury, just make the jury room. I'll just time this in 25 minutes. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Permit anyone to discuss it with you. All right.
Your Honor, before we go into break, I just kind of wanted to reiterate that we all are aware of the guidelines, the pretrial motions, the defense is just blatantly disregarding the court's orders as to what is or is not to come in. Clearly, any interaction between Investigator Downs and Alex Warren that the defendant was not present to see, had no knowledge of at the time that they committed these murders, is not at all relevant to her state of mind. And so I want to make sure that the defense isn't bringing in this inadmissible evidence, because we're getting put in an uncomfortable position where we've put up a lot of evidence, but do we call it on things that they keep throwing in that could
Is
be
this based
mistrial?
on the question that I sustained the objection on?
Well, then the speaking objection asked whether or not Alex Warren attacked the officer.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
Yes.
question that I sustained the objection
Yes.
on. Okay. Yeah.
Correct. I'm just making sure the defense knows what isn't supposed to be coming in. And so asking those sort of questions, they're intentionally trying to bring in evidence that's already been eliminated.
We never talked about him being aggressive, or we talked about his drug use. Did I say anything about him being on drugs?
We can,
Well, I mean, you did specifically ask a question about whether Warren attacked
Right,
the officer.
but in our motions of limiting everything, we redacted drug use. It never said anything about him attacking him. We never mentioned that in motion.
But specific acts by Mr. Warren would not be
And like the-
admissible in this case.
And like the hold on, I'm talking. And like the argument is about relevance. Well, how's it not relevant when she just told him multiple times how aggressive he is, how he put hands on her, how he's scared.
Well, I understand. There's a difference here. What you're talking about is what your client said, and I think what your client said is fair game. You can ask her about what she said, certainly. But with respect to what interaction there was between Mr. Warren and any other person, that's not fair game. It's not, unless, if you think it is, then what you need to do is to alert the court and say, Your Honor, there are some matters that I want to go into because I believe the door has been opened under the motion in limine. And I'll be glad to hear that. But at this point, you haven't done that. At this point, I don't think the door has been opened. And what the prosecution is asking is to stay away from any interaction between Mr. Warren and any other person with respect to a specific act.
But he's the last witness.
Again, you're fair game as far as what your client has said. That is certainly fair game. I mean, you can ask her about it. She can, if she testifies, she can testify about it. If she's spoken about it in statements that have been admitted or will be admitted, then you can certainly ask about that.
Your Honor,
Something else.
I respond briefly. I just provided the defense a copy of the motion that we've already discussed. Headline A specifically says, specifically refraining the defense from introducing any alleged prior incidents of violence by Jonathan Warren. So I just wanted to be sure that the state anticipated this may become an issue, filed it. They had no objection to that motion.
Well, hopefully we're clear on acts.
Well, that's the only witness that he did
Acts
expose.
by Mr. Warren.
And I think that the state will,
It's not appropriate to question any witness about acts by Mr. Warren unless and until the door has been opened and there's a ruling by the court that the motion in limine, either part of it or in its entirety, is no longer in effect.
We'll approach Your Honor next time. Last time we tried to approach, they complained that we approached too much. So we'll approach next time.
Okay.
and Your Honor, there is a video that we provided to the defense that we said that, and we didn't think that it would come in our case in chief until that, and if that door was opened. It's a video of the defendant violently attacking and strangling her ex-husband, David Settles. And I think at this point, there's been several mentions of her victimization and how she's the victim in this case and she's not aggressive. And so I think that prior to our introduction of David Settles, we'll need to have some sort of hearing about that and whether or not that door has been opened and it's admissible. So I just wanted to kind of put everyone on guard that may be something, the state of course will not just play it, we'll address it outside the presence of the jury.
And is that the witness that is coming?
That would be
tomorrow?
Friday.
Friday.
So, yes, so we have time to address that.
And I'm assuming you all have seen the video?
Yes, they provided it.
Okay. I just want to make sure, providing it to you, you had an opportunity to see it. I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Very good. Anything else?
Nothing to say.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't we take about a 15-minute break and we'll come back in. give in the case of the state of Georgia versus Katelyn Goble will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help God.
I do.
That's it.
Thank you.
All right, can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, Terry Feely, Terry Feely.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Feely?
I'm semi-retired now, but for most of my career, I was a firefighter paramedic, and now I guess I would consider myself like a hobbyist filmmaker actor.
Hobbyist filmmaker actor?
Yes.
Is that what you were also doing back in, I guess like 2019 to 2022? I'm just going to have to hold the microphone just a little closer to you, sir.
Yes, that was what I was doing at that time.
And where were you living back in, I think, was it about 2019 that you started looking into
Correct.
Morgan's case?
Yes, I was living in the Atlanta area.
And what had brought you to the Atlanta area?
My wife's job at the time.
And where had you come from? Where are you from initially?
Yeah, I was born and raised outside Chicago,
Okay. And now you actually live in Tennessee, right?
in Tennessee, correct?
And so while you were living in Atlanta, what got you interested in Morgan Bauer's disappearance?
Yeah, like I said, I was in the film community at the time, and just with some fellow actors and filmmakers, we're talking about making a social justice documentary, and just did some research and came across Morgan.
And so once you do that research, you come across Morgan, you're thinking about, I guess, making a documentary, doing something. What's your first step? What do you do?
Yeah, I think after I found, I think, her missing person on the Atlanta PD site, went and just kind of Googled her name and found some podcasts, and then found some individuals' names, and then started contacting people.
And did you become aware also of the Facebook page or Facebook group about missing Morgan?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so there was already some podcasts and some social media people had done about this missing person case.
Yes, there was.
And so then you look into it, you start contacting people. Who did you contact?
One of the first people I contacted was Morgan's mom, and then from that, I contacted Casey McClure also, and then I got some information, some of the police files and some of the notes and some of those things, and then found some of the individuals around Morgan, and then started contacting them.
Okay, so you used those resources and maybe some resources within police departments to get the files themselves and look into who was around Morgan at the time that she disappeared.
Correct.
Was anyone helping you kind of track some of these people down or look into this stuff?
Not really. There was a couple, like I said, in my film community who had started, but they pretty much stopped working with me like about a week or two later.
But did you enlist anyone, I guess, there local near you in Tennessee to assist you in anything?
Not at that time. It wasn't until I moved to Tennessee that other individuals came in and helped me.
Okay, but eventually you do request a private investigator, Ashley Durham, to help you, right?
Correct. That was after I moved, out of the area.
All right. So you started, when would you say, like approximate time frame, 2019, working on this?
At the very end of June, beginning of July.
Do you know approximately when you started contacting Katelyn Goble?
I believe it was on or around July 1st of 2019.
And why did you contact her?
She was in some of that documentation, one of the last people who was with Morgan.
And when you want to say contacted her and talked with her, was that Facebook messages, social media messages?
Correct. Almost everything, all my contact was through Facebook Messenger chats. There was only a few phone conversations that I had with people. And
you actually saved those messages and downloaded them and sent them to us, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
It's a copy, a little bit different format of the Facebook Messenger chats.
These are your Facebook, some of your Facebook
Some
Messenger
of mine,
chats
yes.
with Ms. Goble.
Correct.
These are all through one of her Facebooks, and then when there was another Facebook account, you have a different
Correct.
conversation. And are these fair and accurate depictions of that conversation?
Yes, they are.
Tender State's 94 into evidence, Judge.
Submitted.
And I'd like to publish to the jury, and I have copies for everybody to follow along. Mr. Feely as well. And a couple things while we're passing those out. Yes, you would definitely need a copy,
Yes, thank you.
obviously.
Let me make sure, members of the jury, this is
This,
transcript, right?
no, this is the actual evidence. This
Okay.
is the, yeah, so it's not even like a, it is, yeah. So, Mr. Feely, these messages go in reverse order, is that right?
Correct.
So the first message is actually the very last page, if we want to turn to that, and then we read backwards to the front. And then I want to ask you, when you're getting, eventually after you have these messages, you have an interview yourself, or like a recorded phone conversation, two of them, that you're on with Ms. Goble, right?
Correct.
So ultimately what she reveals is that she knows Morgan Bauer's dead, and that she was at least some part of the dismemberment and getting rid of the body. in
Yes,
some fashion.
correct.
Okay. So just context, the entire time you're having the conversations, whatever she says in here, she knows Morgan is dead.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to start, and I'll have you read yourself, Terry Feely, and then I'll read the messages that Katelyn Goble sends back to you. Oh, one more question before we start. On here, it doesn't show the name that's appearing on the Facebook. Do you know why or what account this was?
I think that happens sometimes when the account is deleted or changed. So I believe this was Katelyn Settles was the name on this account at the time.
And the content of this conversation is clearly it's Katelyn Goble that you're
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, you go ahead and start there on that first message, July 1st, 2019.
I'm a filmmaker from Atlanta. I'm making a film about Morgan Bauer, and I understand you were friends with her while she was in Atlanta. I'd like to talk to you and have your story be part of the film. Please let me know if you're interested.
All right, Katelyn Goble says no, and you do not have permission to use my name in any way. And then there's a message from, I guess, Facebook saying you can now message and call each other and see info like active status and when you've read messages. And then on that same date, at 8:40 p.m., about an hour later, Katelyn Goble says, actually, disregard that, call me anytime, and provides a phone number.
Are you free to talk sometime this week by any chance?
Sure.
Do you mind if I ask you a few more questions now here?
Sure.
How did you know Morgan?
I met her through work. She came to a club I worked at asking what it's like to dance.
Where was that? Had she ever danced before? If you don't want to talk right now, it's fine. We can talk another time if you'd like.
Honestly, I don't remember the club name at this point. I've worked at several places. It was a smaller club outside of Atlanta. And it's okay. I just had to find a stuffed monkey for my kid to go to bed.
Oh, okay. Did Morgan ever dance before?
I don't think so.
Did she have any other friends in Atlanta besides you?
I'm sure she did. She is a very outgoing personality.
Was she mostly working in North Georgia somewhere or Atlanta?
I'm not sure. I know I worked a few different places to follow the crowds.
Did she stay with you while she was there?
No, she asked to at one point, but she never ended up staying over.
So where was she staying?
With other people, I guess.
Did you hang out with her much?
Not often, mostly if she needed a ride. Oh, sorry, I would offer if I had time and wasn't busy.
Oh, okay, got it. Did you know someone by the name of Lauren? I was told she was pretty good friends with someone. I thought that was you, but maybe it was this Lauren person.
No, I didn't. We were friends, but not super close.
Do you remember anyone's names? Someone maybe loaned her money to stay, but I meant to say stay, in a hotel for a few days to help her out. I'm trying to find someone who can help us with our film. I heard from Sherry, but I also want to hear from someone who knew Morgan in Atlanta.
And Sherry, meaning Sherry Keenan, Morgan Bauer's mother, correct?
Correct, yes.
Katelyn Goble says, no, I don't. I honestly said yes to talking to you to try to clear my name. Morgan's mother has accused me of harming her, when in reality, we were basically in the same boat, same age, profession, and I only came to Georgia a few weeks before her for my now ex. I was made out to be guilty of something over people not really listening and a few Facebook posts.
I don't feel like you need to clear your name with me. I'm trying to find out what Morgan was really like in Atlanta and talk to the people who knew her here. I was hoping you could tell me that, or maybe knew someone who could. Our film is pretty much done. We just don't have any info from anyone who knew her here in Atlanta. It seemed like she acted so different in Atlanta from Aberdeen.
I know she liked flirting with guys and smoking weed. We went to a few rave clubs together. I know she had asked to stay at my place, but never messaged me to pick her up from whenever her guy friend stayed, and all of a sudden cops were asking me if I knew where she was.
Oh, okay. Do you remember the rave club names?
She is also one of those girls who like to act like she's ghetto and go out with black guys.
Did she meet any guys at the raves?
Those I do know. We went to Iris once in Catamageddon, like Armageddon, only with cats. Everyone meets guys at those parties.
Okay, did she leave with any guys or start hanging out with anyone?
I don't know if she ever gave out her number. We didn't stick together because we liked different areas.
Are those clubs in Atlanta? I've never heard of them.
And I'll ask real quick, are you aware that cell phone evidence in this case showed that they only had phone contact for the last 36 hours of Morgan Bauer's life?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. All right. Katelyn Goble said, yeah, you should be able to Google them.
Oh, okay. And just so you know, the only reason I contacted you was because you were listed in the police file I have as one of her friends along with a few other people. I don't mean to accuse you of anything. Sorry if it came across that way.
I know I am, and I know that. I talked to officers and detective, and if I knew something, they would know.
Like I said, I'm trying to understand what Morgan was like in Atlanta because it doesn't fit what people say about her life in Aberdeen.
I just feel like crap because Morgan's mom literally accused me of hurting or killing her daughter. That's a huge accusation to say to someone. I have a baby girl too, and just knowing someone thinks that of me was a low blow.
I'm sure. I can't even imagine.
Morgan seemed to have serious issues with her mom. She had told me her parents were meth heads in prison.
That's weird that she would say that.
The way her mom seems, I still believe Morgan just genuinely ran away, and because she's an adult, just doesn't want to be found by family.
I get that feeling kind of too sometimes. I just have no idea. Nothing seems to make sense. So besides Lauren named in the file, there's a picture of some older man in the file too. Any idea who he is?
Maybe a customer from one of the clubs. Dancers always talk about getting a sugar daddy, LOL.
I have a picture.
Okay. And then I think, is that maybe where a picture was sent that we can't necessarily see?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right. And then Katelyn Goble says, he's not familiar to me, but doesn't look like the well-off type.
No, I agree. How about DJ Minx, a woman?
I never worked with any female DJs. Maybe Top's day shift DJ?
Was she a DJ? Was she a rave DJ maybe?
I wouldn't know. You don't pay much attention to those details at those places.
Do you recognize this girl?
A lot of DJs promote on Facebook. Give me a sec.
That was another random picture in the file.
I typed the name in Facebook. It's hashtagged ATL.
Oh, very cool, thanks. And other names of people you can think of that were her friends or people she hung out with?
She has a Twitch stream too.
Okay, I'll check that out too.
I only really met one dude. That was Plug. I never knew his name, and she labeled him Plug in her phone. I think that's you at the bottom of the page there on July 7th.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah. That's all she called him was Plug?
Or dude. He was a weird type, but most plugs are really weird.
LOL. How was he weird? White guy or black guy?
Dudes like that only want you to call at certain times and never really text them because they are always worried about being busted, or wanting you to hang around because they think they have a better chance with you once you're stoned. Black guy. That's her type, though.
Being busted for what? By their other girls?
Selling weed and other crap.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure if you're familiar with that term, but a plug is a term for a drug dealer.
No, in Chicago I never heard that term.
I never heard it before Georgia. I never heard it before until Georgia.
Do you recognize that other girl in that pic?
No, I wasn't even sure if the DJ on Facebook was one of the girls in the picture.
This pic?
Yeah.
This one? Could it be an old pic, or is that what Morgan looked like?
And I'll just pause right here. So you're sending her pictures of people you think maybe could be Morgan under this idea that hopefully Morgan really just disappeared and you know,
Yes.
isn't dead.
Yes.
And she's engaging with this and looking at those pictures
Correct,
and
yes.
seeing, yeah. All right, I think it's an older pic because I remember Morgan was heavier.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for talking with me.
No problem.
If you can think of anything else, please let me know.
I will.
I just don't have almost anything for the film when she was in Atlanta. Oh, one other name that A saw in a police report was Barrington. Ever heard that name?
Atlanta's a really tough place. I hated it there. It was crazier than Chicago and not in a good way. No, I don't.
I agree. At least in Chicago, if you know where to go and and not go, it's cool. But Atlanta isn't the same.
Yeah, yep, I stay in the south suburbs and don't roam far from there.
And it's not so damn hot.
This past week was pretty bad, though.
It's crazy here. Way too hot.
I wouldn't go back to Atlanta for any amount of money.
Really. I just do my thing and it's all good. Stay with my friends and chill.
Really? Someone could say, hey, I'll give you $1 million to go spend a day in Atlanta, and I would laugh them away.
That bad, huh? Because of all this Morgan shit and other stuff too?
Because now you're making me worried about making this film. Should I be, you think? Oh, no, sorry,
Yeah,
that's
I think
you.
it's me, yeah.
That's you saying that.
Because now you're making me worried about making this film. Should I be, you think?
Okay. It's a nasty place. And the time I lived there, I had a druggie jump in the back of the truck. I was in at a red light and have to be pulled out. I was mugged. I had a window of my friend's parents' truck smashed out. And a shooting happened in the parking lot of a club I worked at. Luckily, it was a day I went home early.
Holy shit.
If you're not familiar with an area, don't be lost. Stay with people who know exactly where they are. Don't accept cigs or anything from strangers. Anything will be laced. And don't go downtown by the industrial areas late at night.
Damn. What industrial area downtown?
It's an area close to downtown with a lot of rail yards.
Like by the compound? Do you know that club?
I never heard of that one.
It's pretty much an all-black club.
That's why. I would have been eaten alive.
Is it okay to contact you again? If I can't get enough for the film, I'd like to talk to you more for ideas. Sounds like you really know the areas maybe or types of areas Morgan went. I'm sure you, oh,
Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that's Katelyn Goble. I'm sure you plan on exploring the nightlife for your film. Just make sure to look very confident in yourself and possibly carry a nightstick.
I'm a pretty big dude, but I hear you. I drove by a few places, so I have an idea.
Yes, you can contact me again. It's been over 3 years since I've been there, so I'm a bit outdated, but I do know areas dancers like to go. I'm not even in that lifestyle anymore. Stay-at-home mom and a bit of a shut-in.
I get it. Thanks again. I really appreciate your help with the film. Have a good night.
Same to you.
Hey, I'd like to talk to you again if possible.
Sure, I'm available.
We are getting close to starting shooting for the film and finished our research. I wanted to talk to you again before we finalize everything because a few things we've learned aren't the same from everyone we've talked to. So if you're free to talk, I'd like to ask you a few more questions.
And she says, sure. And nobody's requiring her to engage with you in this and talk to you as if Morgan's still alive or anything, right?
Correct? No.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Did you just go to top of Gainesville with Morgan, or did you work there too?
I just would give her rides there.
Who was with you when you drove her?
Sometimes I would drive with my boyfriend at the time.
Where did you drive her up from? Your place in Porterdale?
Yes, I stayed in Porterdale.
How long did she stay with you guys? Like a week or something?
She didn't stay with us. We talked about that. We talked about it, but she never did.
So where was she staying?
Other people and friends she met, I guess. I think that's you at the bottom there.
So where did you pick her up from?
Wherever she asked me to. You have asked these questions before, you know.
Was it the Georgiana Hotel? That's the only place I know she stayed. I'm trying to figure where else she stayed.
She was at a hotel at one point, but I didn't catch the name of it.
The one right near top of Gainesville?
Yeah.
How about the other times you picked her up?
Outside of Walmart when she had a few things to pick up, and once at her friend's house.
Who was her friend?
I didn't know them.
Where was it?
In that general area. I went there once, and it's been years, hon.
In Gainesville?
Closer to ATL, I think.
Same with the Walmart?
Yeah, I guess. Why?
Do you know where she kept all of her stuff?
No.
Did she have bags with her?
Dancers tend to travel with suitcases of stage clothes.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, even I had a suitcase for outfits and shoes and a separate one for makeup and accessories.
So when was the last time you were with Morgan?
Apparently a few nights before she went off the grid, and that's why the cops talked to me. I dropped her off to go hang out with a dude she knew and didn't hear from her after that.
Did you pick her up at Top that night?
Yes, I did, and this is all stuff I told the detective and police, and the stuff that got confused between her mom and another woman she hired.
Then you went to your place for a while, and then you took her to meet this guy?
We stopped by my place, I think, because I needed to grab cigs. I had left, but she had me drive her over to meet up with her friend after that. We didn't hang out much that night.
Where did you take her?
Some gas station for the guy to pick her up. I don't even know which one at this point.
Where was she going to stay that night?
I don't know. She was supposed to hit me up in the morning, but she never did.
What did she do with all of her bags?
She took her work stuff with her.
Was she still staying in the motel?
I don't know. I just picked her up from her job.
What did she do with her bags?
She didn't have other bags with her, so I don't know. I wasn't her babysitter, dude.
Here's the issue. I'm trying to make a film about real life events and be true to all the people who with Morgan.
Okay, question mark?
I've been able to get very clear answers from others I interviewed, but with you, it's not as clear. Which leaves me putting in the information I'm getting from others in the film and not what you are telling me. I'd like to tell your story too, but it's very difficult.
I was dancing at the time, drinking excessively. I'm sorry, my memory isn't the most reliable. I wasn't the most in tune person.
Well, like I said, I don't want to make you look bad, but you're not helping me tell your story.
I'm aware being unable to remember a lot puts me on thin ice at the time.
My personal opinion is I don't think you did anything, but it looks like you are protecting someone else. I think you were a victim too.
I wouldn't risk my ass protecting someone else.
Didn't you move there around the same time Morgan did and go through some of the same shit she did?
I did, and I got away ASAP after figuring out how bad Georgia was. That's why I assumed she did the same.
This film will potentially reopen the case. There are already beginnings to that now. I want to know, you can tell me anything you remember. If you do, if you're worried about others, we can help you too. As of right now, the film ends with you being the last person ever to see her.
Which I know doesn't look great for me.
But you've never even mentioned Alex. Could he have done something without you knowing?
He's my ex. I mean, he was pretty weird, but not like snapped kind of weird.
You know, people think you two know what happened to her, right?
I know. I told you her mom straight up accused me of knowing.
There's many other people too. Look, I'm a writer. I look for the truth. Everyone has their own shit and reasons to say stuff. That's why I talk to everyone.
I understand. My only fear is an angry mom threatening to hurt my own babies.
I agree with you. That's why I want to protect people who have done the right thing. I have a really good instinct intuition. I believe you didn't do anything, but you are protecting someone.
I have a 1-year-old girl. Morgan's mom actually contacted me after her birth and a boy coming in October. If I knew something, I would say it. But I'm also not going to point fingers at someone on a whim to save my own image. If I could say, yes, I know who did something, I would. I'm not going to be, I think this person did something because they are different from me.
Are you talking about Alex or someone else? You mean by they are different from you?
No one. There is no reading between the lines with me. Have you heard of the West Memphis 3 case?
Yes. That's the problem too. The police didn't interview anyone.
Then you know why I'm not going to point fingers at anyone unless I knew 100% they did something.
But no one has ever been really interviewed. This is what happens when police don't do their job. And the real victim, Morgan, is either dead or missing, and so the story still needs to be told.
I thought officers did interview people.
Nope. Were you interviewed?
I talked to Porterdale officers and some detective over the phone after I moved, but I was never, brought in for questioning.
Exactly. When was the date?
I don't know.
When did you move?
After a few months, me and Alex broke up, and I decided to go out west before coming home to Chicago.
Why did you break up? Do you know how I can get a hold of him?
His drug and alcohol habits, I haven't really talked to him since. And she's referencing that's why they broke up, right?
Correct, yes.
And then she says, I haven't talked to him since. I met my fiance July 2016, and we got together October 2016. And I haven't had any reason to talk to Alex. Most likely, he's some homeless drug addict.
Okay, well, thanks.
Yeah, sorry, I'm pretty useless.
If you remember anything else, let me know. We have until September to make some changes to the film.
Is my name being used?
Right now, I can't answer that for sure.
Like I said, I'm only really worried about my kids being put in danger over some witch hunt.
No, I understand, but you were the last person to see her, and that needs to be in the film as of now.
I will say this. After being made the bad guy through Morgan's mom's speculation, after meeting with her and being as forward as possible, after her and even yourself saying my own children's safety doesn't matter because I must know something, and my biggest fear being someone hurting or taking my children because I must know something, I really and truly wish I had never met or offered to help Morgan. When she finally decides to show her face to her mom, I may find out if I can personally sue both of them for defamation of my character and the stress of wondering if one of her mom's followers may try to take police matters into their own hands. I believe if the cops saw me as a suspicious person, they would have brought me in. So she is threatening to sue Morgan, who she knows is dead.
Yes.
All right, I tried to be helpful and understand to her mom when Morgan first fell out of contact, and it bit me in the ass by making me the last person who saw her who's actually come forward. I did learn a lesson from this, though. I don't offer to help new dancers, and I sure as hell don't offer rides to anyone.
I believe there's a $25,000 reward now for information.
Okay, if I had information, that would be awesome, but I don't. So how many of my old high school friends are going to be contacted and questioned? Are you going to talk to ex-boyfriends too? I can give you my mom's number, even though I haven't spoken to her in a year. Just saying, since it's a bit weird having a friend I haven't spoken to in quite some time pop up asking me what's going on. Okay, so after talking to a relative, here's how this is going. I've given you all the information I have. I understand it's not as much as you want, but that is what I know, despite your and Morgan's mother's personal beliefs. Now I've spoken to the detective and officers in the past, and if I were a person of interest, they would have followed up with me. But I haven't heard from either in 3 years. If I were a viable suspect, I would have been taken into custody and interrogated. I can say if my identity is used in your film, it becomes a defamation of character and possibly liable, as currently everything being used to point blame on me is circumstantial and speculation done by Morgan's own mom. I do believe Morgan ran away from her mother. I can see why she did. I have a right to protect my own family and my reputation. So as my relative's advice, if my name or image is used, I have the right to sue for defamation, since that could affect aspects of my life, like work and renting. So here, she is saying, let's see what I find it in there, that she thinks Morgan, who she helped put on the fire pit and burn, just ran away from her mother.
Yes, and she's threatening to sue me now too.
You too. I stayed out of the way for so long because, as her mother made clear, she believes I'm guilty until proven innocent.
All I will put in the film are the facts of what happened and what was said. It will be only facts, so there will be no legal issues.
That is fair. I'm sorry to seem irritated, but after being treated like I'm guilty of something by her mother and being told my name may be used in a way that makes me a villain, I'm just done. I don't need my own reputation damaged to the point I can't even get work because an internet search connects me with a missing person case. I don't need someone hunting me down and threatening my kids because they will feel they will get some kind of vigilante justice or something. Even though that seems paranoid, it's my thought process. So I don't trust people's intentions. And then she says, my life is just as valuable as Morgan's.
I get it. Just remember when I asked you how you met Morgan, where you picked her up, where she stayed, what your relationship was, you haven't given me answers. The real information you offered to me was that you went to a couple of dance clubs, but you seem unwilling to tell me anything completely. So because of that, I have to go on what others tell me and the research I've done. Unless you want to give me complete information about the events like others have, what else can I do?
The facts you have gotten from Morgan's mom are from 3 years of speculation and focusing on the wrong people because I was the last one to come forward and say anything. And if something did happen to her, Morgan's mom has focused all her time tracking my life, telling me she knows where I live and who I'm with, when my own daughter was born, that Morgan's case had gone cold. I've been accused not by law enforcement, but by a distraught, erratic mother who wants an easy scapegoat. I appreciate that you're the first media to even bother contacting me. Like I explained before, I can't be confident in a lot of details, like times or exact places, because I was a severe alcoholic at the time and didn't have many nights where I didn't drink to the point of being unable to function. I have told you what I can. It's not much, and I'm sorry it's dissatisfying.
Maybe you can help us figure out some of the other people Morgan was last seen with. If you want to talk again, let me know. I have a number of police reports and a lot more information now.
If it's more of you interrogating me over the same questions I don't have answers for, then I will decline.
Different questions.
Okay?
When did you move to Porterdale?
I had just left the Army, so I moved at the beginning of January, I think, to meet Alex after meeting online.
And you stayed in his parents' house?
Not at first. We stayed with one of his friends until that guy couldn't pay his part of the rent.
In Porterdale?
In that area, yes.
Did you ever dance before you came to Atlanta?
No, Alex had suggested it to me as a way to make money.
Did you ever stay in a camper trailer?
Yes, that was with his friend.
Where was that?
Not far from his parents' place, but it was a little drive.
You mind telling me his name or where he lived?
Did you explain how my living situation is relevant?
I saw a video of you and Alex in a camper. I want to talk to anyone and everyone who might remember anything about Morgan and where she was. That makes sense to you, right?
Okay, we had moved out of there before I met Morgan.
Where to?
Alex's parents.
Did they ever meet Morgan?
No,
Was Alex living with his friend when you met him or his parents?
maybe his parents, then he moved out or got kicked out before I moved to meet him.
Did he ever live with a girl?
Not while I was there.
Before you, though?
I never asked.
Wasn't he married?
No. Not that I knew of.
Do you know his ex or know of her?
I knew of a few exes, but didn't talk about them with him. I don't like talking about exes. I didn't like when one of his exes kept calling him. It's offensive.
Do you know who kept calling?
That was one of the Facebook posts about kicking a girl's butt was over. And no, I don't. I just knew it was his ex and she was flirting while we were dating. That would tick any young woman off.
But you didn't know her name?
No.
Do you know a guy named Courtney from Atlanta?
No.
How about Deshaun?
No.
Desire?
No.
Have you ever picked up Morgan from the top with anyone else other than Alex?
No.
Do you know there's a video of you leaving with Morgan and a black male from there?
A black guy? Are you sure it's me?
Yes, positive.
Can I see a screenshot? Because I didn't drive any black guys around.
It wasn't a blue Dodge truck, but it wasn't a blue Dodge truck. Did you drive anything else?
No, I didn't. Wanted an easy scapegoat, and I was her easy target. Oh, sorry, let me go read it from the next page. So y'all have been looking at another female in a different vehicle with a black guy and assuming it was me. Wow, great, good detective work. No wonder there haven't been any more leads, because like I said, Morgan's mom wanted an easy scapegoat, and I was her easy target.
You told me you never worked at Top, but they confirmed you did work there. Can you explain that? And left with Morgan and this guy a few times.
A ton of girls go through the clubs. Do they know what state my ID was from? Because it wasn't Georgia. So they are either lying to get eyes off of them or think I'm someone else.
Okay.
Because now I know for a fact I'm being used as an easy target. I figured it was because I was the last person to say I knew where she was, but after what you just told me, I know some BS is going around.
Did Morgan ever say anything about who she first stayed with when she got here?
No, she didn't.
Nothing about a Craigslist posting she placed?
No, I learned that from her mom.
I forget, did you say you met Plug? Or was it just Alex who met him?
I never personally talked to him. I knew of him through Morgan.
Do you know if Alex met him?
I don't know of Alex meeting him anywhere. He was Morgan's dealer.
Alex told police that he met him. Would you recognize him from a picture?
I think so.
He was a fitness instructor too?
It has been 3 years, though. I wouldn't know that. Oh, and then I guess you sent a picture.
Yeah,
or
I sent a
something.
picture
Okay.
there.
You seem under the impression that I knew people well. He looks too old to be the guy I saw, but I could be wrong. I remember him, another picture was sent by you, and then I remember him as a young skinny dude, more like the second picture.
Do you know where Alex would have met Plug? At a sex shop, as he told the police? Do you know anyone who drove a white pickup?
No.
Thanks for talking to me again. I'll like to talk to you more as I learn more, if you don't mind.
The only reason I'm bothering to talk to you is hopefully protect my family from Morgan's mom. After he accusing me and threatening me, after her accusing me and threatening me, I was ready to go F yourself, but I don't want her followers showing up at my door. Thank her, not me.
I'm hoping to tell your story too. I just need to understand a few more things. Thanks again. I'd like to ask you a few more questions if you don't mind. There's a good chance I've located Morgan.
So obviously, the person who you really did think maybe you located someone,
Yeah, someone
right?
had contacted me, and
Okay. I guess there's some people on the internet sometimes that
yes, unfortunately.
do unfortunate things and pretend to do that. So obviously, it couldn't have been Morgan, and obviously she would know that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she says, though, that's awesome. Have you gotten in contact with her?
Yes, if it's really her.
I hope it is. I would like to know what happened that night and why she went silent all these years.
What did she ever say to you about getting away from her mom or friends?
She had told me how her mom was controlling and mentally abusive to her growing up, and she told everyone how her parents weren't around anymore because they were in jail for meth or something like that.
Which was true.
I thought her mom said she had never been to jail.
Nope, I found evidence she was in jail for meth and bath salts distribution.
I feel bad now for thinking she had been lying.
It happens. Everyone around all of this has been so confused because of all the misinformation.
The whole time I dismissed her because I felt like she had lied and left when we had plans to work together and do better than any boyfriend could.
I'm really good at keeping it separate and just trying to follow the facts, but it's been so difficult in this case. I have some evidence that her phone got damaged and couldn't contact people, and then started getting harassed by her mom about it. That's when she cut everyone off.
Then Katelyn says, but she's safe and okay?
Started working in a few underground clubs in Atlanta, and then left the state when wanted billboards went up. If it's really her, then yes.
That's awesome. I hope it's her. Have you told her mom?
No. No way I'm doing that.
I wouldn't either, to be honest. She would probably ghost out again.
You're the only one who knows outside my team.
Why me, though?
Exactly. This isn't about Sherry.
And I'll just pause right there and ask this. So Morgan's mother had this whole blog of missing Morgan, and obviously she's a distraught mother who did not know what happened to her daughter for 7 to 8 years, right?
Correct.
So was there just a lot of emotions and feelings coming from that
There was a
situation?
lot of trolls that really messed with Sherry and messed with that group and caused a lot of harm and
Right.
sadness, I think, too, and just confusion.
In fact, I mean, there were people pretending to be Morgan online and contacting her, and just kind of awful people doing
It was terrible. Yeah, it was very awful.
Okay. But obviously also that made it confusing on your end, trying to investigate stuff that's just, you know,
Yeah, there was a lot of trolls and a lot of confusion.
okay. All right, where were we? I think we're at where you say you can't expose this to social media. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you if she said anything about leaving or doing this. And you can't expose this to social media because of what Sherry has done to you.
She just disappeared on me that night. We were supposed to go work at T's as a team the next day. We weren't close friends and didn't know each other for long, but we had been talking about shit we wanted to do in the future.
I'm pretty sure she is still dancing and traveling a bit, maybe with someone.
Sounds like she stuck to what we had talked about.
And you haven't heard from her since that night?
No, I wish. I wouldn't have stayed with Alex as long as I did.
Because I believe she was staying pretty close to you recently.
Like up in Chicago,
In Illinois.
there are some really good clubs up here.
Again, if this is her and not someone pretending to be her.
And good money if you know where to go and when.
She's still deciding to meet me, and I wasn't sure if you could help make that happen some way.
I don't know if I would have any pull at all.
Me either, just reaching here. Also, if she can confirm you in some way, then I know it really her since most people don't know you?
That would be a good way to tell.
Is there something only you two would know? Or a name or something? Only you two would know? Actually, would you be willing to call or text her and talk to her?
And Katelyn Goble says, I guess. I mean, if it is her, I do want to know she's okay. So she's offering to call the girl she knows could not possibly be Morgan.
Correct.
All right.
Let me see if I can get her to do that. How should I refer to you? As Kate?
And Katelyn says, as Lilith.
Okay.
And I'll have you pause there for just 1 second, real quick. Are you aware of in Katelyn Goble's Facebook records, she says that she's got lots of different personalities. Lilith is one. It's her favorite because it's cold-hearted and likes to hurt people.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen a number of her different aliases in her Facebook and as she describes herself.
Okay. All right, so you say okay, and then we'll go start at the bottom of the next page.
Just waiting to hear back. I'll let you know. All she said was, who have you been talking to, and now not answering.
Huh. Maybe worried I will say something to her mom.
I guess so. I'm in Chicago, so hopefully she will agree to meet me.
Hopefully she will, and this isn't someone playing for attention. I live in the south suburbs if you would like to meet and talk personally to me as well.
I'd like to do that if possible.
That would be possible. I just can't travel far from home. I'm on moderate bed rest.
Is there a better time for you, day and such?
I'm home with my kid all week, so honestly, any day works.
Okay. Hey, mind if I ask you a few more questions?
I guess.
Do you know if Morgan ever got a permit to dance?
I'm not sure. I don't think she did.
But clubs would have let her dance?
Very few would, but there were some.
I'm not sure if I asked you before, but do you remember Morgan getting a tax refund card and using it, or having a banking card? Did I ask you that before?
I always used cash, and I never saw her use any cards either. No, you hadn't asked that.
Did she ever use Uber?
Not that I know of. I don't know if she even had an Uber account.
Seems like Plug is trying to put attention on you and off of him, which seems to have worked. Any idea why he would do that?
Because he deals drugs?
Do you know if he's on Facebook? Have I shown you a picture of him to confirm if he is the same person?
You did show me a picture. I wouldn't know if he's on Facebook, though. I was never friends with him.
His name is Courtney.
I don't know his real name. I just knew him by Plug.
This him?
Possibly. It's been 3 years. It's also midnight, and I've been up since 4 a.m. with a toddler.
I don't know if you've heard the new podcast Sherry has done, but she's putting all of the blame on you. I'm trying to redirect that back to other evidence in this case, and I need your help. Blame.
Wow, that woman has a lot of hate for someone she doesn't even know.
I agree.
She's going to get me killed. I really fear that. Or hurt.
I've interviewed about 15 people in the last week, and there's so much other info and evidence she isn't even talking about. It's only going to get worse. She might be going on Dr. Phil.
Of course not. Since day one, she has decided I'm guilty of something.
Her Facebook group has doubled in the last month, too.
Wow, so because she's a shitty mom and her daughter ran away, she wants to destroy my family's lives.
I don't get her motivation for not telling everyone all the facts, but she's not.
And Katelyn, knowing Morgan is dead, says, I think she, Sherry, knows where Morgan is already.
I think so too.
Didn't Morgan's sister say something like that?
Yep.
And this is all for money and publicity.
And about 3 other family members.
So would you like to actually meet? I would like to sit down and talk because it would be easier than messages. You can record everything.
Sherry just confirmed with me a few weeks ago that a picture from last year was 100% Morgan.
So proof I'm no longer the last person she was with.
Yep. So why hasn't she changed what she's saying?
Then what does she still want with me?
I don't get it.
Does she want me as miserable as her? Am I just supposed to KMS so she can talk more crap about me? Does she really just not like my face? Or the fact that I'm openly not Christian? I really don't get it at this point. Has she used my name anywhere? I'd like to meet with, has she used my name anywhere? And then I'll stop here and I'll ask, in fairness, I mean, Sherry, intuition about it was right.
Correct. It was, definitely.
Okay. All right, go ahead with yours.
I'd like to meet with you and interview you on tape, but when we've talked before, you've avoided some of my questions. No, she hasn't ever stated your name. She's been very careful about that. Maybe because she knows in her hurt that it is true. She told me when I first tried to her that I had to promise not to ever use your name, talk to her.
Like I said before, I don't have the best memory when it comes to very specific details. It's been years. I wasn't sober often. I really regret that part.
I get it. It just doesn't mean you sound very honest. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm saying if I use what you say in a film, it doesn't make you look good. Again, I wish you wouldn't name you, but refer to the couple as Sherry does. A lot of film right now is about cutting. I challenging what Sherry claims, especially if she goes on Dr. Phil. I'm going to be sure everything is told, not just what she wants to tell.
If I had known these people and places I was around was going to be important at the time, I wouldn't have drank as much or smoked as much. I spent a lot of money and time to not notice reality. I don't know if you would understand that mindset.
Yes, I actually would.
It was a really bad time for me, to be honest. I just flunked out of the Army and moved to Georgia from Illinois for Alex. That was stupid. Then he basically leached off of me. No job or money, so I started stripping. I was miserable, so every dollar I didn't give him, I drank. Yeah, it makes me sound like a shitty person. I was a shitty person, but I never hurt anyone or even stole from anyone. I offered to help Morgan because I didn't want her to end up doing the same crap.
Did she start doing the same stuff?
As far as I know, she only drank and smoked weed.
Did Alex try to get Morgan to strip too? A few witnesses I've talked to say he was at her audition with a black guy, described him perfectly.
She was dancing before that audition. I'm guessing the girl you were talking to wasn't her or still isn't answering.
She answered but won't commit to meet.
I can talk to you more tomorrow, okay? I'm fighting sleep at this point.
Yes, no problem. Where was she dancing before that?
And then, yes. And then I think you say, I'm sorry, I'm following. All right, so she was at Top when we auditioned at Tease together. I don't know if she was legally working there, though. I really don't understand why you seem to want to help me clear my name, especially when I'm not the greatest help to myself by not being able to remember a lot of exact details.
Because the evidence I have points pretty strongly to other areas.
I can't even believe how much publicly Sherry has gotten. We have Indigenous women going missing daily, actually children going missing, but she's on a freaking warpath. You said you have a picture of Morgan from the last year, and Sherry is still out for blood, and I just want to live my quiet life as a mom. I feel like I have to run away from the psycho.
How about when she auditioned at Top of Gainesville? Do you know who was with her? People describe someone who looked like Alex there too. Yep, I can't figure out what Sherry's plan is.
I don't know who she was with at that time. I wasn't there, and I hadn't heard from her for a while between when she was considering dancing and when she started dancing.
She deletes a lot of things that are posted that don't point to you and talk about Morgan being a dancer. I have evidence someone paid for motel stay and went to the audition with her. He was acting like her pimp or something from a few people I've talked to.
Like I said before, I would like to be able to sit down and talk through as much as I can remember. I've been trying to put pieces back in place for myself.
Sounds good. Maybe Tuesday? Did she ever say anything to you about the underground club she went to?
Not a lot. I know I told her to be careful of clubs that let her work without a permit because those usually involve more drugs and possible brothels. I think that subject pissed her off at me, though.
I'm pretty sure that's the route she took. I think I may even have a video of her dancing at one of the clubs a few months after she disappeared.
Does Sherry know this?
No, I haven't shown a lot of things to her. Once people do that, she seems to get angry and rips them in social medias and tries to discredit them. I showed it to Casey McClure, who was helping Sherry, and she never responded to it. So Sherry may know about it, though. Same with the picture from last year. She has a woman helping her, and there's a lot of weird things around that, too.
What about taking all the proof you found and posting it on our Facebook page? All these people will see it, and you have the messages with Sherry confirming that a year-old picture is Morgan, and that would be enough to prove she's using all of this to her advantage.
That's somewhat my plan. I'm pretty sure I'm going to make a documentary and post on Sherry's page, and then the documentary ready for people to see.
Is she making money from donations?
I just need a couple more people who were around last around Morgan to give me info. I've talked to 3 or 4 dancers from Top and the house mom, all who gave me a lot of info. I just need more info on Plug and DJ Dutch. It seems those two had a lot to do with Morgan going to the underground clubs.
If they had something to do with drawing girls to those situations, they probably won't be very talkative.
I will find info. I just need to connect them back to that and to Morgan, which I'm very close to. Something I keep hearing from people around Sherry is you and Plug didn't like each other at all, and he really didn't want Morgan around you for some reason. I have all the social media of Dutch promoting the club. I just can't find how Plug connects, but something tells me is very much connected.
Probably because he knew I didn't trust him. I wanted Morgan to have more experienced dancers as friends, like I did, who took me under their wing. Dancers and house moms are supposed to stick close together to keep the males from taking advantage of us.
Plug said you called him and told him Morgan was gone since last night.
Why would I call him and tell him anything, though, if I didn't like him?
He texted that to Morgan, and Sherry says he said it was you. I saw the text. Quote, "Your friend called me and say you've been gone since last night. Let me know you're okay."
So there's actually this message from Plug that's in sort of APD file or something that says that, right?
Correct,
To Morgan's
yes.
phone. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I don't remember ever calling him. I might have been trying to figure out where she was, though, because we were supposed to meet and start at the Better Club. I know I was looking forward to us working together and teaching her things I had learned to make money the clean ways.
At T's. Last thing, and we can plan on meeting.
Yeah, I had never worked there, but right in ATL. and the permit was like $300+ to work. It had to be a nice place with good income.
So I have a few evidence. The night after she went missing, a few dancers went with her the next day to the underground club to audition. The other girls went back to Top, but Morgan didn't go back with them.
What was the underground club?
That's why people need to look other places, because if that's true, she was with other people the next day. I can't confirm it, but I think I know the name. Numa Lounge.
I don't know that one.
Did you follow what I just said? I have evidence that she was not with you last, but with these dancers from Top going to that club.
Yeah, I followed that.
Is there a place to meet by you on Tuesday if I can get that to work? And there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Is this Alex? There are several, I think.
And then you send a picture, right?
Yeah, I sent a picture.
Okay. And then Katelyn says, there are several diners out where I live. We could have a public place to sit and talk.
That sounds good.
And then you sent another picture. And Katelyn Goble says, it's not clearing up.
That's as clear as it gets.
Same guy. This is off his Facebook, but it looked inactive since 2015. Alexander Warren. So that pic I showed you is him? Oh, sorry, that's what you said.
Yes, so that pic I showed you is him.
And Katelyn Goble said, I'm not 100% sure because of the quality. It looks close, but it could just be someone who looked similar at the time.
That better?
And you sent another picture.
Correct.
I don't think that's him. His face is wrong.
So this person was at a Thanksgiving party you were at last year. If that's not Alex, can you tell me who it is?
That's either Joey or Tony Wuko. Not Alex. It's Tony Wuko. And that was for William Williamson's Thanksgiving, my fiance's friend from 3rd grade.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Yeah, I showed the picture to my fiance, and he knew who it was right away and what picture it was from.
It doesn't look like Tony from his Facebook.
There are several people there who can confirm this, including him. You got it? You get it? There you go. Thank you. All right.
Unless I'm looking at the wrong Facebook.
He goes by, oh, that's you still.
He goes by Joey too.
Sorry, but I haven't had contact with his crazy ass for years. I don't need people like that around my family. No, he has a twin brother named Joey. Joey and Tony are brothers.
You haven't had contact with who?
Alex.
Tony or Alex?
Alex.
Because if Anthony Joseph Wuko is the same person, he has a warrant for his arrest.
And just real quick, so this is in August of 2019 she's having this conversation with you, correct? This
Yes,
part of the conversation.
correct. August 18th of 2019.
Are you aware that her daughter was born in 2018?
Yes,
Okay, and so she's saying she hasn't had any contact with Alex recently.
that's correct.
All right, and then I guess, okay, going on to the next page. I wouldn't know about that, and that wouldn't be my business either, talking about the warrant.
I don't think it makes sense to meet unless you feel it's necessary for some reason.
Just thought it would be easier to meet face to face and get some sense of each other.
It seems like you have something to tell me if I show up and you trust me. But I feel like I've been trustworthy all along.
Texting and talking are very different. Half the reason Sherry thinks I'm a bad person is literally from 2 Facebook posts. One from being upset at a woman for hitting on Alex while we were dating, and another that hundreds of people had shared as well.
I've told you when I started talking to you, I'm only after the truth, or what I believe to be the truth. I have to talk about you because it's part of the story. I believe you, but a lot of what you have said or more so didn't make sense, so you look bad. No one will know your name from me, but I do worry if I corner Sherry, she could share your name, possibly.
If she shares my name, I have a lawyer ready to slam her for libel, slander, and harassment. I've done my homework at this point to protect my reputation and my family.
Was that night the last night you heard from Morgan?
Yeah.
Do you remember where you were coming back from that night? Do you remember if Morgan ever got a license to dance? I'll check back with you in a couple weeks before I release the film, in case there's something you might want to add or make some statement. If I send you a video, could you tell me if you think it's Morgan?
And knowing Morgan's dead, Katelyn Goble says, sure.
Do you think it's her?
Given the lap dance off to the side, it kind of looks like her from the side of her face, but she would have had to put on some weight.
It was from July of 2016, so about 4 months later. Sherry keeps changing her story. I really, really need your help to prove that she keeps changing her story for some reason.
What do you need from me?
I need to know where Morgan was the last night she worked at Top of Gainesville and who she was with. Sherry keeps saying she was with you and a black male and then left in a truck. She also says you left Tees and went to Top of Gainesville. She says Courtney, Plug, told her that. If you haven't seen it, there's a Facebook Live video where she says all of this.
That night, I picked her up from Top and we auditioned at Tees. We were planning on going to get our licenses and she was supposed to stay with me but changed her mind and wanted me to drop her off with a guy friend of hers. So I did. I didn't hear from her after that.
Was it just you or were you with Alex or someone else?
Alex was with us when we auditioned, not a black guy.
So you picked her up at Top with Alex and then you went to Tees and then back to Porterdale?
Yes, I dropped her off with her friend after the audition and went home.
Did she say anything to you about going to a house party or underground club to audition the next day?
No, because we were supposed to be getting into Tees the next day in time to work the weekend and make good money.
Because I have evidence she went with a couple of girls from Top the next day. But Sherry keeps making the story stop with you. I don't get why she is doing it. It doesn't make sense. And she says you and Courtney talked after you didn't see Morgan the next day.
Because Sherry wants the story to stop with me. I don't understand why. I don't remember talking to Plug the next day, but I think maybe I may have asked him if he knew anything after I didn't hear from her. But if I knew where she went, why would I be asking someone where she went?
Sherry says Plug said you guys went to dance at Top that night after auditioning at Tees, and you drove back to Porterdale and you told Plug Morgan passed out in the car. And it's strange because she makes a point of saying, we do not believe this gentleman had anything to do with Morgan being missing.
I genuinely never danced at Tops. Have you ever been to Top? It's in a little Mexico area.
Yes, I went up there a few weeks ago.
It's not my type of club.
Personally, since the very beginning, and I think I told you this, Plug or Courtney or whatever his name is, was with Morgan that night and the next day. I think he knows where she is. I have a lot of evidence. I think he's the reason Morgan came to Atlanta and admitted to paying for her motel. Who does that? I have a lot of evidence. I just need a bit more.
Before I read this next part, I mean, to be clear, in fairness to the jury, I mean, Plug did not have anything to do with this, right? There's been
Correct,
no
he did
indication
not.
of that. Okay. All right, I hope everything comes together. I've been going through a lot at home and have to get treatment for perinatal depression and anxiety. I'm stuck on total bed rest for the next 10 weeks.
Wow, I'm sorry. That is really terrible.
Last thing I need is Crazy Pants harassing me some more.
I need your help. You were one of the only people who was around at the time. I talked to a lot of the girls she worked with at Top.
I'm doing my best with what I can provide.
I really first need to confirm who Plug really is because I'm only going on what on who Sherry told me he was.
Unfortunately, he is someone I didn't see much of.
Do you remember his name though?
That's the problem. I call him Plug because I was never introduced to him by his real name. I avoid working with them at clubs, and I tend to pull older white men as my regular clients. I was trying to get Morgan to do the same because, one, it's safer, and two, they are less gropey and more just lonely and wanting someone pretty to chat with.
Do you remember names of anybody else she hung out with or her friends from that night?
Not really. I rarely remember dancers' names because they are all just stage names and we change them.
How about the guy from that night?
I didn't even meet her guy friend. It was late. I was more focused on just dropping her off because she already made me drive longer than I wanted to, and I was ready to have a nightcap and go to bed.
Where did you drive to?
He picked her up at a gas station out in Covington or Conyers.
Oh, because you said you drove really far.
Driving from Tops to Tees to Porterdale is pretty far.
Oh, I get it. It's crazy far.
Plus, Alex wasn't allowed to drive, so it was just me.
That's one thing I never understood. How far Morgan traveled around Georgia, and also evidence her phone was last pinged in North Georgia, not Porterdale, like she tells everyone.
That would be a good thing for Dr. Phil to know. All this evidence you're coming up with, have her questioned on television. And I want to say this in fairness real quick. You aren't like a expert in phone records or interpreting them or anything.
Definitely not, no.
Sort of information you're hearing.
Yeah, this is just all information I'm getting from people.
Okay.
And like I said, there's a lot of trolls and a lot of people giving me false information.
Okay. All right, I think you're at I know I contacted them.
I haven't heard back.
So were you ever able to figure out what was going on with the girl who was possibly Morgan?
That's why I need you to tell me what other issues there are with her story. No, she ghosted me.
I don't even know everything Sherry has said at this point. I got bad vibes from that woman and want nothing to do with her, but she's stuck on my ass like a fat tick, apparently.
Yeah, she is. You have always been and still are her main focus, even as new evidence pops up. Even though she saw a picture of Morgan from last year and said, that is 100% Morgan, and I have never said that before.
That alone should have been enough for her to know I had nothing to do with Morgan leaving, unless she thinks I'm helping her or holding her hostage, which I have no freaking time, space, or money to be holding a hostage.
Yep, and she also said that once she proved Morgan crossed state lines, the FBI could be brought in.
LOL, that's a funny one. I wish I was helping Morgan. Then I would have a free nanny.
LOL.
I'm glad my mom isn't Sherry. It's been over a year since she's heard anything about me.
Is that good?
Yep, very good and healthy for me and my child. I cut off contact after finding out I was pregnant to protect my daughter from my mom's crazy ass. Maybe Morgan has a similar situation. That would be nice.
So did you guys get the job at Tees?
We would have been hired if we came back with our permits.
Did you ever go back?
I did go back because I was hoping she would have done the same, and that's when I met Sherry and found out Morgan was missing.
Were you dancing then?
Yeah, but I don't really remember which club I was at that time.
She said it was Tees.
I never got a permit for Tees and wasn't dancing there.
Do you need different permits?
For each city, different police jurisdictions.
Oh, okay. Did Morgan have one for Top?
I don't know. I really don't think she did.
Did she ever talk to you about the underground club or house parties?
She did a few times, but I always told her going anywhere with a customer or without documentation that you worked there was not a good idea.
But she went anyway?
That's what I don't know. I don't know what she did after we parted ways that night.
Where was she living at that time?
You said Plug had paid for her to have a hotel room at that time.
He said he paid for 5 days and was trying to get the room key back, but she was with you and couldn't get it back. Here's the video, by the way.
That's a video you're talking about from Sherry.
Correct. She says it's here, and she says it here and on all the other podcasts too. if you watch it, you can note where she is not correct and let me know.
Morgan never came to my home, and I never went to the hotel Morgan was staying at. I never worked at Top. Also, I remember the stupid post on Facebook and what it said, because it was brought up to me so many times. It said, "This is Bob. Bob kills people. Bob is a sick mofo," or something along those lines with a stick figure on it. How is that a post about killing and excitement of death? So listening to it, I get the idea that she is thinking, and possibly even hoping, her daughter will be found dead. I really don't know what to think.
Me either.
One thing that's crossed my mind is that she knows Morgan is okay, but just not where she is. So she keeps keeping this up to find out where Morgan is living so Sherry can try to control her life again.
Exactly what a lot of people think.
But why does she have to harass me too? Is it because I'm the same age and making it on my own? I really want to ask her, but I know I won't get the real reason.
No, she won't answer that.
Hey, maybe when you're done with Morgan's story, you could dig up clues to this one. Kenny is like a grandpa to me and a close friend to my fiance. Bob is a good friend of his. So she's talking about something entirely different to what
Yes.
you're looking to now. Okay.
I'll look into it.
Do you know his daughter's name? Oh, that's you again.
Do you know his daughter's name? Looks like I found one, Laura.
Kelly. The last update police gave us is they're considering a suicide, but there is no body. His purple pickup was found a few months after he went missing in South Holland.
Do you know if the family has police reports?
They most likely do. Bob's ex-wife's name is Debbie. She works as a police dispatcher.
Okay.
Like I said, maybe after you wrap up Morgan's story, you can see what you can find out on Bob and maybe help his family find him or get some closure.
Do you have Kelly's Facebook page?
Let me get permission from Kenny and he should be able to help with that stuff.
Okay.
Only thing is, he said they wouldn't be able to afford it.
I don't charge anything.
So you just do this as a hobby?
To possibly use as a film or film ideas.
Okay. And then I think we're back to Morgan's
Yes.
case now. Okay.
Have you ever seen the Instagram posts from Morgan with a black guy in the background and a black car?
No, I have an Instagram, but I hardly ever use it for anything.
So the guy who Sherry tells me is Plug says he doesn't know Morgan.
Now he's saying he doesn't know her at all?
Yes.
Shaking my head.
How would I know her? Huh? I'm confused is exactly what he said.
Selling her weed, possibly other stuff, taking her places, renting her a hotel room, buying her stripper outfits.
Do you know he did all those things?
You told me he rented her a hotel room. She had told me he had her weed and bought her outfits.
Yes, I did about the hotel. I didn't know about the other things.
I don't know how much she said was truth, simply that they were close. For him to deny knowing her at all, WTF. I'm liking this whole thing less and less.
Yep,
I'm paranoid as hell about Sherry, and it doesn't feel misplaced.
I totally agree with you. Do you know if he ever paid for hair extensions or for her to get her nails done?
I don't.
One of her friends says she got hair extensions at moving here. Is that true?
I think she did have hair extensions, but I never saw her put them in or take them out, so I don't know. I've never used them.
Okay, I'm just trying to confirm things people are telling me. Can I ask you a few more questions again? I was talking to a woman who Alex was married to and wanted to see if I can confirm a few things.
Okay, he was married?
Yes, and she says Alex and Morgan came by her house in December of 2016.
And this information, is this another troll talking, so
Yes.
Alex and Morgan were together and came to the house? Okay.
Correct, yes.
All right, so that's after she supposedly went missing, right? And after I left Georgia.
Yes, exactly. They brought a stuffed unicorn for his daughter's birthday.
Alex has a daughter?
So she says,
Okay, then apparently I didn't know a lot.
if that's true.
Fuck if I know. I wasn't ever told he was married or had a kid.
Wouldn't Alex have said something to you if Morgan was still around at Christmas time?
We weren't talking at that point. I was done with his drinking and drug habits.
And you haven't talked since?
And I had moved on. Not a lot. Briefly so I could get some of my stuff back, but I had started dating the man I'm with now, and I didn't want an ex hurting my new relationship.
That's not something he would have brought up.
I have no idea what went through his head. If he was around Morgan in December, he would have known that I wanted to know what happened to her. I would have ratted her out to the APD at that time too. So obviously she knows there is no Morgan and Alex together and.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it possible they are together now or were last year in August?
I doubt it. I don't see her putting up with him for long. He is a layabout loser.
Do you have a phone number for him or a way I can contact him?
No, you can try through Facebook.
I have. No luck.
I wouldn't know any other way then.
If you don't want to give me his number, can you tell him I'm trying to contact him?
I don't have a number for him.
Okay.
We didn't split on friendly terms. I don't consider him anything in my life. Dude is a crab on society's balls.
Really? That bad?
He's a layabout who would rather find someone to leech off than work on his own. He's a drunk and a druggie, a parasite. I did leave him for a reason.
Wow, I didn't realize that. Makes sense. Would it surprise you if he did hurt Morgan?
He never raised a hand at me, so I don't think woman beating was his thing.
So I'm not sure if I told you, but this guy Plug or Courtney says he has no clue who Morgan is. Sherry says she got his number from you when she saw you at T's. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Would you have had his number?
At one point, I did have it because Morgan put it in my phone in case hers was ever out of service.
Okay, I think you told me that before maybe. And now he blocked me, I'm pretty sure. Would you still be interested in meeting for an interview? And then it shows I sent an attachment. Thought you might want to know, Sherry has mentioned your name in podcasts recently, and I believe she might intend to do it again tonight in this Facebook Live.
Huh, not really anything I can do about it, though.
Just wanted to let you know. Hey, can I ask you something?
Sure.
I just learned something new about Morgan and wanted to get your thoughts. I just talked to someone last night who saw her leave with a guy from the V Club the last night she saw her. Black guy with dreads named Jesus.
I wouldn't know.
But weren't you one of the last people to see her? But if she disappears at a different time.
One of the last people who actually came forward about seeing her.
True. But this was from top of Gainesville. The timeline doesn't make sense.
I don't know what she did except for when she asked to carpool with me.
The other thing is her phone last pinged in North Georgia. Do you know if she knew anyone up there?
North Georgia?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that's you. Yes.
Near Woodstock or Cherokee County, possibly a guy named CJ.
I'm not familiar with counties, but I pretty much stayed in one area during the time I stayed in Georgia.
Have you heard anything from Alex?
No.
Do you think you'll never heard from him again?
I don't expect to, and I wouldn't respond if I did. And I want to be clear, so have you heard anything from Alex? And no, that's in 2020.
Correct.
A couple
yes.
years after. Her.
June, at the end of June in 2020.
Okay. I think both of her children would have been born by then.
Yes, I believe
She
so.
hadn't had any contact.
Yes.
All right. I don't expect to. I wouldn't respond if I did. From what I can tell, he's gone dark on social media.
Yep. I'm really good at finding people, and he is nowhere to be found.
Who knows? He's probably under a bridge somewhere.
Did he do meth? Or just saying?
He did anything that was offered when I knew him.
What was he doing to make money when you knew him?
Mooching off his friends and family.
Did Morgan ever give him money?
Not that I knew of.
Anything you remember that would help me since last time we talked?
No, I've been checking for updates on Morgan occasionally, but I also have my own kids and my own family and need my attention.
How'd that go in? It must be a crazy time to have two small children with everything going on.
We've been taking walks on bike trails for fresh air and watching lots of Disney, LOL.
LOL.
I can quote Moana word for word.
Oh, dang.
It's my daughter's favorite movie and Brave.
If you're interested, I'd like to create a very detailed timeline of the last few days anyone saw Morgan, if you can help me.
I'll help if I can.
I have a pretty good one now, but there are some gaps that don't make sense.
I'll be as much help as I can. I just hope she's okay somewhere.
Like where she was exactly the last few days. I tend to think she's okay somewhere, but I can't be certain.
I don't have much info past what we've gone over. I apparently didn't even know Alex as much as I thought, since you said he may have been hanging out after I had left. May have been hanging out after I had left Georgia, and that he was married before, I believe.
But you did say something about his daughter, though, right?
Yeah, that one was a slap to the face. And no, he didn't have any kids as far as I knew. I thought he was infertile, to be honest.
Yes, he had a kid with his baby mama. Says Morgan came with him one time to drop off a birthday gift.
Well, shit.
Yep, that's what I thought.
People who know her getting crazy pissed when I start... Oh, that's still you, sorry.
Oh, people who know her getting crazy pissed when I started asking about him too. Like, started threatening me, kind of pissed.
Apparently I was really kept in the dark. Like, it's dumb how much I didn't know.
Sounds like he was pretty good at hiding things.
I'm freaking glad I'm out of that situation. My fiance doesn't even walk out the door without saying where he's going and how long he'll be gone, and asking if I want a soda or Starbucks while he's out.
Do you remember the last couple of days before Morgan left?
I don't even know when she left. I just know she quit talking to me, which was when she ghosted everyone else. And it's been years.
What was the thing about the guy she met on Tinder?
End of state's 94. Might be a good time to kind of take a break before we go into, the next one's not as much, but before we go into the second set. Okay, lunchtime.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little bit after 12. Thought we, yesterday's time frame worked well, 75 minutes. Okay. Why don't we be back in the jury room at 1:25? Okay. Y'all just step in, drop your notes off, and everybody in the courtroom just remain where you are. Let the jurors exit, and when they have exited the courthouse, we will exit.
They just got one in the restroom.
Ready?
Yes.
Yeah, please, sir.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Just 1 second, let me tender it first. All right, Mr. Peely, after you have that conversation with her in that time frame on Facebook, do you continue to communicate with her on a different Facebook account that she has?
Yes,
Is that under the name Lilith Settles?
that's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 95. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
My name's on there, and then also Lilith Settles.
Is this a copy of the printed out copy of the conversation you had on Facebook with her?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of that conversation?
Yes, it is.
Tender States Exhibit 95.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay, it's admitted.
And I'll, it's just same kind of thing, so I'll just ask that we pass out some transcripts and, well, not really transcripts, the evidence to the jurors. All right, and is this the same thing? It starts all the way in the back and goes to the front, just the way it prints?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Then let's start again with you reading, your parts, and I'll read Lilith Settles. We'll start here with this October 4th, 2020, 8:36 a.m.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know, not sure if you know, Sherry released your name last night on a podcast.
Nothing I can do at this point that doesn't involve getting a lawyer on the case for slander and defamation. And it says you can now message and call each other and see info like active status when you've read messages, now that you guys are communicating.
Yes. She hasn't posted in her group yet. When she does, people are going to be hounding you. I posted it to her group saying there was a lot of misinformation, and she deleted it and sent me a message. She's pretty pissed at me, that's for sure.
Should I PM her with the threat of a lawyer? It's easy enough to block people or just drop Facebook in general. I only made this new one to promote the fire performances me and my fiance do. I really don't have time for her crazy ass. I'm getting married at the end of this month and doing speech therapy with my daughter.
She says Lilith Chaos in the podcast.
Well, I can say if people start harassing me on her behalf, I will get a cease and desist served to her. I have 2 children to think about.
She also released Alex and Courtney's names too.
That's not my problem. I have no contact with either of them.
Well, if you have or get any information that would direct this anyway away from you, let me know. I would try to get the podcast pulled if I knew something for sure.
Besides my understanding that I'm the only person she seems fixated on besides Alex, like what about all the other people who've never talked to cops or even been identified?
That was the exact post I put up that she deleted.
It's funny, she deletes anything that doesn't align with her narrative.
I don't understand it with all the new leads and information. She only tells the same narrative she told over 2 years ago.
I don't understand her problem with me. The only thing that has been brought up to me when I talked to my fiance is he pointed out the similarities between me and Morgan. Same age, both new to Georgia at the time, problems with our moms, dancers, but those things can be said about a lot of dancers.
Sherry just posted the podcast on the Missing Morgan page.
I don't have the energy to deal with her. I'm going through about a bad depression right now.
In short, to hear that, just wanted you to know I am going full force until she blocks me, trying to show additional evidence. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you know who picked Morgan up from the airport or where she first stayed?
No,
I see Alex is active on Facebook again. Have you heard from him by any chance? I just got some new info I'd like to ask you about if possible.
I haven't heard from him. I've been on Facebook for a while though, trying to focus on my mental health.
I just heard something about him camping by the river when Morgan disappeared. I wanted to hear what you have to say before I talk to anyone else.
Not that I ever witnessed. He used to get drunk.
Do you know if Morgan ever went there with him?
No, I would usually find him passed out alone if I took the time to look for him.
Person also told me Alex never took Morgan to meet anyone the night she disappeared. They said he was camping with some people and Morgan the night she disappeared.
If he never took her to meet anyone, but he was camping with her and other people, then wouldn't that have been her meeting other people? I don't think that makes much sense. If he did something to her, why do it around a group of other people?
It more sounded like she fell or wanted to hurt herself, is how it was stated.
I don't think Alex would have had the sense to get her to a hospital if that was the case, but wouldn't someone have called for help?
That's what it sounds like happened, and because people were on probation, they didn't want to say anything.
I looked up his page out of curiosity. I don't think he has much sense now either. Sorry, I think that's a little subtle.
Oh, yes, yours, okay.
Did they say she was just left out in the woods, probation, or not calling an ambulance won't get you in trouble with the cops?
Yes, exactly. The two people went the next day to look for her. Fat Randy and another guy.
I have to look, sorry.
I have to look back at my notes to see who the other person was.
I was never on probation. If Alex had let me know that was the situation, I would have been able to sit with her until help came. I remember Randy. He wouldn't have left a girl alone in the woods either. So it's seeming like she doesn't necessarily want people going and looking around in the woods there, right?
Yes,
Okay.
would agree. I don't think he was there, but went to look the next day.
That doesn't add up, just from hearing them say Randy was involved. He wouldn't have shrugged something off like that, and I would have heard from someone that happened.
Do you know Randy's last name so I can contact him?
I don't. I just knew him as Fat Randy. If I heard it in passing, it wasn't important at the time. Did they give a reason why I wasn't told about it?
No. It sounds like no one was told except the people who were there. And then Alex started talking one night when he was wasted.
That sounds shady and stupid as hell.
The person sounded like they knew what they were talking about and named the people they heard him say it.
Most of the people I met in Alex's circle may have been dumb, but they weren't Alex level dumb.
Here's the message. If you haven't spoken to these people yet, they're all people who were either there the night or the night of the conversation or were close to Alex.
And then a list of names, right?
Correct.
The only name that really stands out is Sarah. I never met her in person, but I think she's the girl who Alex dated sometime before me.
Yes, that's correct.
She was flirting and wanted to get back with him at one point during our relationship, and that's who the threatening Facebook message I made was directed at. The message Morgan's mom clung to say I sounded like a scary person.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, if some man was flirting with your wife and wanted to step in your place, you'd threaten to beat him up too. Probably not on social media for all to see.
Totally.
I don't know about the whole situation anymore, though. I ran to Georgia to escape a lot of disappointment with my life and feel in control. I left feeling used and useless. Therapy has been helping lately, and the whole Morgan thing has been gone over.
Sorry to hear that.
You talked about your,
You've talked to,
sorry, that's you.
you've talked to your therapist about Morgan?
Yes, I have.
So what confuses me is that everyone I've talked to keeps saying Alex never took Morgan to meet anyone at a gas station.
Mainly about the situation her disappearance caused, how her mom has targeted me as a scapegoat, and I can't prove I had nothing to do with it. Feeling guilty that I can't get her to just reach out and say, hey, I'm here, because I have no control of her actions. She's talking about Morgan, getting her to reach out, right?
Yes.
Feeling like if I made an actual effort to be an actual friend, she may not have left at all.
I don't mean to stir things up. If I'm doing that, we can stop talking. I guess I feel some responsibility now after talking to so many people, and her mom seems to be avoiding any real truth.
I just should have made an effort. She was my age, I saw her making bad choices, and I was so busy making my own stupid choices, I didn't do anything to help her. The person I was before I was with Alex and the person I am now looks out for people regardless of if I know them. I was being selfish and got sucked up in my own self-destructive behavior.
So can I ask you this? Were you with Alex when he says he took Morgan to the gas station to meet some guy?
I drove them there.
And that's the last time you saw her?
Yeah, she was supposed to text me in the morning and never did, so I figured she blew me off. I didn't think about it again until I found out no one had heard from her.
Who was the guy?
Not someone I knew or talked to, just a dude she said she knew.
So he wasn't from Tinder like her mom says?
I wasn't asking 50 questions about it. It was basically, hey, I want to meet up with my friend over here. Can you drive me? See you later.
Did it seem like she already knew him? Can you tell me anything about him?
He was a guy I barely saw through a car windshield for less than 5 minutes.
White guy?
And to be clear, that is all a lie. Like
It's
none
all
of that
fabricated,
ends up
yes.
being black or dark Hispanic guy.
Do you remember anything about a guy at the club named Jesus that offered to pay Morgan, a truck driver?
Probably black because that would be more her preference for guy. No, I don't.
So if you were me, who would you talk to or what path would you follow?
I don't know. If you were me, what path should I take to clear my name?
Help me find out what happened to her. I don't mean to sound rude, but that is what I would do.
How can I do that? I want to help. I just don't want Sherry sending an angry mob after my family. I've even signed the petition for Atlanta to do a better investigation.
I don't deal with Sherry anymore. If you tell me anything you know to figure out what happened, it seems like Sherry had almost given up.
I don't have any more leads than you do, or any way to dig up information the same way you can. Hell, you've told me things about the dude I was dating that I didn't even know.
Sometimes the smallest bit of info can help. I've always thought that Plug knew something. If there's any way you can help me trace the path and the people she met along the way.
After talking to you about Alex, I realized I didn't know anything about him. I didn't even know Plug on even an acquaintance basis.
His Facebook posts
Yeah?
recently,
Yeah?
which account?
Under his first name, Jonathan,
And then I think there was an image sent there.
an image, and yeah, that one.
The last post I see was from February 22nd. Maybe I can't see them all.
That's all that I see too, but it's gibberish.
Yes, it is. Can I ask you a list of questions that would help if you know anything?
Yeah, I want to help.
If she used a H&R Block cash card, how she stayed with when she first moved there, who, where she was staying the night she left.
I never knew who she stayed with when she moved. I didn't know she stayed with people on CL, Craigslist, maybe, until the investigation.
Yes, Craigslist is what she's referencing. Did she talk about her plan to dance at some private clubs, black house clubs?
She used a card, but I don't know what kind. I only saw her use it once when we bought dance outfits. That was the only time I met Plug too.
Why was he there?
She did talk about private clubs and wanting to do private parties. That's why I took her to Tees, because an older stripper told me never go to a man's house if I met him at a club. I don't know why he was there. I think to get money or to talk to her.
Money for what?
Whatever it was wasn't in my view or earshot, so I can't confidently say.
Where was this?
This was at a lingerie store by the main club area. I don't remember the name of the store. We stopped there on the way to Tees.
Did you guys ever dance at Tees?
We auditioned, but we didn't work there.
Where were you guys the night she disappeared? I'm trying to figure out if she met someone earlier in the night and then had you drive her to meet him.
That was the night we auditioned. She asked me to pick her up when I got off work. I did. We drove to the lingerie place, auditioned. I asked her where I needed to drop her off, and she asked if she could stay the night with us. Alex wasn't okay with that because his parents would have a fit. We talked about just sneaking out when I had to go back to work anyways. Then she told us to drop her off because she had a friend she could stay with, so I did that. We were supposed to meet up again in the morning in the same area.
Where did you pick her up?
Gainesville. I didn't realize how far it was from where I worked until after I agreed to it. She had to wait at least an hour.
Do you remember the car she got into that night or where you dropped her?
I think the town was Creve Coeur or something similar sounding, and it was just a plain looking dark car, maybe an Eclipse. I'm not a make and model expert unless I can see the name and symbol on the car. Nothing that made it stand out. And again, there was never a car, right?
No, it wasn't.
I still use GPS where I like now, and I'm assuming means live now, and I've been here for 2 years.
Did you drive from Alex's house?
We had to drive close by it because I had to turn around and go drop her off.
How far from Alex's would you guess?
We made it like 20 to 15-ish minutes away.
Okay, maybe Covington?
The whole drive was a blur. I had already worked 8 or 10 hours and was falling asleep at the wheel at some point.
Where were you working? Was Alex with you?
A club in Something Springs. I had to get a license to work there and fingerprinted, so there's proof of that. Alex always insisted on staying in the car when I worked. He had embarrassed me a few times for being stupid in the parking lot.
Morgan said in her last text to Plug that she needed to get to the other club because she made no money tonight. Any idea what club she meant?
I don't. I only knew she worked at that Tops club.
I have no idea what path to follow.
I know she was working without a permit, too. I don't know of any clubs besides Tops that would allow you to work without a permit. Tops just seemed gross, too.
I always thought Plug had something to do with her disappearing.
It wasn't my kind of club. I always worked at the ones with older white male clients, and she worked in a totally different scene.
Maybe Plug had a connection to the guy I dropped.
Yeah,
The
well,
guy.
maybe Plug had a connection to the guy I dropped her off with.
I think that's right. There's a Snapchat of the car and the guy.
Pimps, question mark?
Have you ever seen it?
I haven't. I have felt so shitty over this whole thing. I can't believe in confidence that she just ran away anymore, and that's heartbreaking. I could have been the one who just let her walk away with some dude who hurt her.
She may be doing it willingly too.
Doesn't mean I didn't have a chance to change things, but I was up to my own ass to see anything.
Maybe you could help now somehow.
I'll try to think of anything else. If anything else think might help.
Trying to
that
blank-
might have been,
Yeah,
that might have been you, sorry. Okay.
That's all right. I'm trying to think of anything else. Trying to think of anything else think might help. Drawing a blank right now and very confused.
A scary thing that was pointed out to me was I could have ended up in her place.
This person telling me about Alex and Morgan by the river seemed very convincing. Yes, you very well could have. You got out.
It would have been better if I had, though. No one would have reported me missing. At least I wouldn't have been missed.
That's what happened to her. So, in your opinion, should I not bother following the lead about the river?
She does have people looking for her, though. Even if her mom is a psychopath, Morgan has close friends and a little brother. I don't think the river thing makes sense unless Alex stayed in contact with her after she stopped talking to me.
Her friends have no idea of the life she was living. I don't think they were really her friends. They couldn't tell me anything. People she worked with gave me more info.
What does her mom think happened to her?
She continues to point to Alex.
And myself through proxy.
Yes, I guess so. I asked her to talk about other people when she mentioned your name recently, but she already made up her mind, I think.
I was really holding out the story that she must have got pregnant and ran away with her baby daddy.
Could be.
She would have come forward by now if that was the case, though.
There's a person I've talked to over the last 2 years that says she talks to Morgan every few months. She said she was in Chicago at one point, then last in Colorado, that she was with some guy.
That would be the happiest situation to this whole fucked up case. Are marriage records easy to look up?
Yes, but you have to know where to look.
Obviously, she knows she's not married somewhere.
Correct.
Because if she changed her last name, then her old one wouldn't pop up if she got a job or filled out taxes, right?
Yes.
It's wishful thinking, but, well, she says not impossible.
I have her social security number.
And that hasn't been used?
I don't have a way to trace it.
Oh.
I think there might be a way. I'll have to look into it more.
That's the best case scenario I can think of. Tracing her social security number might be a good lead. If she's dancing and not claiming what she makes, though, she wouldn't be filing taxes. So maybe finding a way to trace a marriage or legal name change.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
You have to go through paperwork with the IRS for name change, though. I actually know that because I had to do it after my wedding in October to get your social security number card updated.
Yeah.
Do you know if the name change route has been looked into?
No, I'm pretty sure it hasn't. Do you think that's possible?
Like I said, it's hopeful thinking, but not entirely, she says, not entirely impossible if her intentions are not to be found. Did the police flag her social security number countrywide or even in Georgia?
I don't know. Sherry says yes, but I don't know if that's true.
I convinced myself she might have found out she was pregnant and ran to prevent Sherry from trying to get at her baby, especially after my interactions with Sherry. But even my therapist said that is my way of turning a scary situation into something romanticized and hopeful. I want to believe that she has a life somewhere like I do, a loving husband and healthy babies.
It does make sense. Hey, I'm meeting with a detective on Morgan's case this week.
Hey, that's good. I don't know if I want to talk to him, though. The detective I did talk to was really accusatory. It had been almost a year, and I didn't remember many exact details from the night, so he was very aggressive.
I get it. Did you say that you took Morgan to meet someone from Tinder like Sherry says?
The problem is I get confused because Sherry makes up so much stuff. Oh, sorry, that was you. That was you saying that. You get confused because of that. And then Lila Settle says, I don't know if it was from Tinder or not.
Got it. It's been a while since we talked. I just wanted to check in and see if you've heard any new information or anything else you remembered. And then again, I say a few months later, it's been a while since we talked. I wanted to check in and see if you heard any new information or anything else you remembered. Do you have an old phone number for Alex by any chance?
No, I do not. I'm dealing with an issue right now, and I'm really not open to discussing anything anymore, please. I'm hurting and tired.
I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. At this point, I'm trying to figure out why Sherry has lied so much and why so many lies included you.
I wouldn't know why she had decided to target me specifically.
Did you ever dance at Top of Gainesville?
No, and I've said before, it wasn't my type of club or clients.
Were you ever there?
To give her a ride, yes, but I never went inside that place.
Did Morgan help you buy a license to work at Tees?
No, because we auditioned, but she never contacted me past that, so we never worked there. How does answering questions I've answered before help?
I don't think I asked you. If I did, it's not in my notes. Because I listened to a podcast today and realized pretty much everything Sherry said was a lie.
I've answered these types of questions several times. Maybe not from you, I guess. And yeah, I found out recently she gave out my legal name. I've been doxxed by our followers, and I've received death threats. And yeah, she's lied a lot. I do believe that she's probably been contacted by Morgan, but why would she go public about that when she's been getting so much attention?
I'm almost positive she has been contacted by Morgan. She also said she gave her the guy's phone number that was paying for her motel rooms. Do you remember doing that?
I gave her any and all information I had at the time. I talked to the police. I dealt with the police tracking me down while I was back in Porterdale. I spoke with the detectives and gave them the info I had. I dealt with the phone calls after I moved at all hours. And I've talked to you throughout the years. That family's drama has been a dark cloud over my head.
That's why I'd like to figure this out and end it.
Well, I have a ton of time on my hands since September. You last contacted me at literally the worst time I could imagine, but I don't even leave my house anymore.
I'm so sorry. I can't even imagine.
I have kids and pet rats. Groceries can be delivered, and my house has never been so clean and organized. I'm fine and dandy now.
I'm glad you're doing better.
I got off topic, though.
I have a good lead where Morgan may be, and I'm going in a few weeks to see if I can find her. When I do, I want to prove Sherry is and was a total liar this whole time.
And Katelyn Goble says, please give Morgan an earful for me.
I'm sure she has her reasons.
I know she has her reasons, but her method behind the madness has been hurtful.
Yes, I agree to a lot of people.
I would love to be able to come forward to confront Sherry, too.
I've always tried to get your side of the story, but I don't think you ever trusted me.
You came to me from her, and I've been villainized by all her lackeys. Even the detectives who talked to me were threatening.
I've never done that. I actually said the opposite in her group and got blocked. I said I believe you didn't know what happened, and we're in the same situation as Morgan.
Do you know why I'm such a big part of Sherry's narrative?
No, that's what I don't get it at all. Do you?
I do know one thing that was pointed out were stupid Facebook posts. The one from me talking crap about Alex's ex and the stupid Bob one. Jump on a 19-year-old's Facebook and count how much dark humor and rants we can count.
Oh, I agree. She just stuck to save the narrative and still does. I'm currently reading the police report she sent me, and it says exactly who the police thought she was with, but she never talked about that.
Other than that, I was around, I came forward, I stayed in contact and cared until I was treated like a suspect. Then I was definitely suspicious because I cut ties and didn't want to be in the middle of it anymore.
And Sherry knew and kept going after you and Alex.
And focusing on the teenage dancer and the half-retarded boyfriend instead of the drug dealer and the seedy club she hung around totally helped.
Yeah, I have a 94-page police report and only a few pages about you. When did you first meet Sherry?
I met her at Tees when I had gone there to ask if Morgan had been there for new paperwork for the PD so I could buy my own license. They held us there and called Sherry.
Do you know how Morgan met Courtney?
I don't. They knew each other before I met her.
I think she knew him before moving to Atlanta. Maybe even why she moved there.
I met Morgan when she had tried to get hired at my original club.
Oh, main stage?
It was a split club, half guys, half women.
Did you guys ever live together?
No, we didn't.
Because Sherry Lewis talking about her having to return a motel key keeps.
Okay?
I don't get it either, but she says that while Morgan was with you and Courtney, she was trying to come get it at Alex's house.
Because I had a motel key, question mark?
That Morgan was with you guys at Alex's. Sherry also says that the police either never talked to you guys or sometimes she said it took 6 months.
It definitely didn't take 6 months for me to talk to Porterdale police.
I'm looking at the report right now. It was March 26th, and she was reported missing on March 12th.
Morgan wasn't welcome at Alex's home either.
Why was that?
Alex was only allowed to live there because of me. I got along really well with his parents. I think they liked me for the most part. If Alex brought a stranger there in the middle of the night, his dad would have blown a fuse. I don't miss their son, but I do miss them.
Any idea where he is now?
No. Drunk in some ditch is my best guess.
Man, the more I reread this police report, the more I see Sherry sabotage the case to find Morgan.
Did they try to bring up any leads that she shot down?
Yes, at least 5 different ones, and I brought another 5 or so too. And then when I did, I was blocked from the Facebook page.
Why did you end up blocked? Just for not agreeing, or because you talked to me?
Because I said I believe there was other leads the police hadn't looked at, and that they had talked to you and Alex, which Sherry denied.
Sherry doesn't believe I've been interviewed?
She knows you have because she gave me the police report, but she tells every podcast that you haven't been interviewed and you haven't been cleared as a suspect.
Does she want the whole 48 hours TV show interview with a metal table, single light bulb, and one-way glass she can stand behind while pretending to cry? I feel like she wants me to be some crazy TV psychopath.
She's hiding something.
It just sucks for me that everyone is hearing only her narrative. I'm the villain.
I'm trying hard to come that. I'm considering going back to all the podcasts and showing them everything I have. Maybe start a Facebook page.
I have no way to speak out without painting a huge red target on my family's back.
You won't need to show everything. I have to the podcast. Even better if I find Morgan.
I'm really hoping you do.
Rereading the reports and listening to all the podcasts on my way back home from Chicago have convinced me she is a huge liar.
And Katelyn says to Morgan's mother, or about Morgan's mother, it will be awesome the day all of her crap sees the light of day. I would so love to make her publicly apologize to my face for every accusation for all of her followers to see. I doubt I would even get half an apology, though, to be honest.
I just don't know why she's doing it.
I have a really good guess.
Which is?
A Facebook page with thousands of followers, podcast, invites to TV shows, daily sympathy anytime she wants it. It's the attention.
I guess I'm not that crazy, so I can't understand. I can see it in her, though.
I'm not that level of crazy, but I'm young enough to feel special when I get more followers on TikTok.
I was helping to find her daughter, and she blocks me and ignored every piece of information I found. That's crazy.
And she must be the type of person who would have drove the satanic panic. Anyone who is different or dark must be evil.
Yeah, I'm sure she would. Lots of hypocrites in this world.
So my happy goth rear spouting dark humor and being different than Christian Kelly next door must have hidden her daughter in some basement. I just want to enjoy things like my rats and other spooky stuff without being seen as evil. People like Sherry need to get perspective.
She never will. Others may, hopefully. Thanks for talking to me.
Sorry about the rants. Thank you for being the only person to reach out for my side.
You're welcome. Do you remember the last night you were with Morgan? Where you picked her up and where you went?
Okay. And that's the last communication then that you have in terms of Facebook messaging, I think, or at least where there's a
That's correct, yes.
All right. Collect those. When's the next time that you have any real contact with Katelyn Goble?
I believe the next time is when I made a phone call to her.
Okay, a recorded phone call, correct?
That's correct.
And prior to making that recorded phone call with her, you and maybe Ashley Durham, people you're working with, have a conversation with David Settles, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and David lets you know that Morgan's not missing, correct?
He never would come out and exactly say, but he said she's not missing.
Okay. And at least implied or said that Katelyn knows what happened.
Yes, eventually he does.
I'll object at this point. Hearsay, Your Honor, I would object at this point.
I'm sorry?
So I would object at this point, hearsay. I would object hearsay about what Mr. Settles was saying.
whom?
Mr. Settles. Mr. Settles.
Mr. Settles is going to be testifying, Judge. I'm just establishing why it is that they're going to call Katelyn and have this conversation. So he's going to be subject to cross, but I'm just trying to get to the point of whatever he says to them makes them have this recorded phone call with her.
Well, what I'll do, at this point, I will overrule the objection based on your representation that Mr. Settles will testify and he'll testify about this conversation. If he does not testify about this conversation, you let me know, and I'll come back and I'll readdress this ruling, and I'll let the jury know.
Will do, Your Honor.
So based on this conversation with David, the information he comes forward with, you have a phone call with Katelyn that you record. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then you're also present on a second phone call after that where you and Ashley Durham talk with Katelyn.
Yes, I believe I called Katelyn back, and then we, like, three-way conference called, and then I stayed quiet and actually spoke with her.
Okay. But is her story consistent or inconsistent throughout the course of that interview with you and then going into the one with Ashley Durham?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty inconsistent.
Inconsistent, okay. Initially with you, she's still maintaining that she does not know what happened and things
That's
like
correct.
that, right? Okay, and you've had an opportunity to review that statement, correct?
Yes, I have.
All right, and is that recording that you review, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to tender State's Exhibit 96, which is the interview for the recorded conversation with Mr. Feely and Katelyn Goble.
Objections to State's 96.
No objection, Your Honor.
And there are transcripts to pass out, Judge. And then I also am going to tender one of the transcripts just for the record.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, is this Katelyn?
I'm sorry?
I was trying to reach Katelyn.
Yes.
Hi, Katelyn. This is Terry. I'm not sure if you remember me. I'm the filmmaker who was working on the Morgan Bauer story.
Yes, I remember you.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of you. We really need to talk. I don't know if now is a good time to talk.
Yeah, give me just a moment. You guys all good? Alright, you got your tunes on? Cool beans. Okay.
Yeah, I would imagine this is probably going to come as a surprise to you, I guess, maybe not. But a number of individuals have come forward and explained exactly what happened to Morgan.
What happened?
And they are saying that Alex was involved and that you were partially involved also. And
I don't understand what happened.
I guess part of the reason I'm calling you is because this is catching up with you very soon here, and I kind of wanted to give you a heads up and let you explain like how you were or weren't involved. But I mean, we pretty much know everything that happened. I mean, for the most part, I mean, obviously we don't know exactly everything that happened, but we talked to at least 4 or 5 individuals, and they all are confirming the exact story.
So I'm not sure what's going on. I know my ex-husband, who I'm going through a divorce with has threatened to try to implicate me in something.
Yeah, the people that we've talked to are more Alex's friends from Borderdale area.
I'm pausing it here at 2 minutes and 50 seconds in. So you talked to David, and you had talked to some people with some hearsay sort of information in Porterdale, but is it fair to say you're bluffing a little bit with her about sort of the depth of knowledge that you have to kind of see what she's going to come up with?
Yes, definitely a little bit. There was some very significant things that people told us from Porterdale, though, too.
Okay. All right. I'm going to continue to...
And I didn't know any of those people very well.
Okay. I guess the easiest way is maybe we'll know some of the people if I name them. Fat Randy was one of the main people who has given us information, and his mom, Angie, or Angela. There's about 3 other individuals also that I'd rather not name, but those 2 individuals, I mean, pretty much have confirmed a number of things with us. They aren't the ones who have told us directly. I guess the easiest way, and I'm sure that, like I said, I don't mean to like just throw this on you. I know, I'm sure you've been having to deal with this a long time, and I'm sure it hasn't been easy. And like this date, coming at this point right now, I'm sure it's like kind of crazy to deal with, but I guess the only way for you to understand that I really know what happened is to kind of tell you what we've been told. And like I said, we confirmed this story with a number of individuals.
Okay, because I'm still really confused on why, like, I'm even being brought up in this.
Well, because
No,
everyone
let's
said that
say-
everyone said that you were there and that you possibly helped with some things, and that you definitely know what happened. And like I said, I'm trying to like bring this to you, and that maybe you can help the police and like not be the one who's like taking the brunt of this, when it sounds like Alex was the one who did everything and you were a victim of what was kind of going on, is what it sounds like to me.
Well, I mean, you'd think after all this time, like with having kids and everything, that if I had information, I would have given somebody it.
Katelyn, I'm just
Because
trying to
that's
help
been
you.
my
I
biggest
mean,
problem is
if you don't want, I mean, if you don't want to talk about it and you don't want to explain what Alex did, I mean, I guess I'll tell you so that you understand that I know what happened. Pretty much every single individual told us the same story, that something was happening with Alex and Morgan. He wanted to have sex with her, or was having sex with her, and it went wrong one way or another, and he choked her and killed her. And then to dispose of the body, definitely he did, and possibly you helped with the disposal of the body and spread the body around. And I'm just giving you a heads up. Like I said, the police already know, the FBI already knows. It's just a matter of time. And like I said, I can be an advocate for you, and because I know exactly what's happened. I've talked to so many people. I've been on this for so long that, like I said, all the people and all the witnesses told me that it was Alex, and that you were more of a victim in this situation.
But, I mean, we've had a lot out of conversations. I didn't even know anything like that happened.
Everyone says you do know that it happened, and that you were possibly there when it happened, or left and then came back. I know it's hard to digest this right now, I understand that. Like I said, I'm trying to get you information before the police come to you and before the FBI comes to you. Give you a chance to tell me the story of what else did and then go from there.
I didn't even think he'd be capable of something like that. I mean, he had a mean streak, but he was stupid.
So did you ever see Morgan's dead body?
I didn't, like I've been saying, I didn't even know that I just knew that she was gone, like that she had left.
All right, like I said, I'm trying to help you. If you don't wanna, we can just leave it at that. But like I said, if this was just one person telling me this story, then it would be different. But like, this is like 5 people who I've interviewed separately on separate occasions over the last year and a half now, and have confirmed, they told me the same story of, and like, that many people can't tell you the same story if it's not true. And people who aren't even related to each other. Like, don't even run in the same exact circles as each other.
I understand where you're coming from.
I mean, don't you want to get over this and like be done with this? I mean, I'm sure carrying this around with you for all these years has been terrible.
I haven't been carrying anything around. I didn't know that had happened.
Well, there's also a woman who was possibly Alex's girlfriend while he was in California, who said that she heard you and Alex talking about it in California.
I had asked Alex if he had heard anything from Morgan when I ran into him in California.
No, she said that you guys talked about some specific stuff. And you guys said, yeah, she had heard you guys talking about more stuff than that. And Alex had talked about things in front of her too. It's not just one situation, Katelyn. Like, this is like a number of situations where people have heard Alex talk about it. Alex has talked about it a lot in front of a number of different people.
Has anybody been able to find him?
Yeah. He's gonna get apprehended here pretty soon, probably.
Okay.
I mean, there's even some other stuff that people have told us that we haven't been able to confirm. It's only been like 2 people have told us. So we haven't been able to confirm that 100% too, but Alex talked about cannibalism and other things in front of these people also. I mean, I've been following this for a long, long time, and there's a period there when I'm talking to you that I really believe some other people did it. But over the last year and a half, like talking to this many people and the stories all matching up, I'm 99% positive that exactly how I've been told is how it happened. I mean, you can help yourself a lot right now too by
I didn't know that he had anything to do with her going missing, though.
Katelyn, it's all gonna come out that Alex did this and that you were there or adjacently there when it happened. Like, all these witnesses have said that.
I was living in the same house as him.
I I know you need time to digest this, I understand.
But even his dad can confirm that I worked a lot. I would leave, I would drive to work. And I went
The
back
other thing
this morning.
The other thing I'll tell you too is there's specialized dogs coming out to the property and the river area and his parents' house here within the next few weeks. They're specialized dogs who look for their cadaver dogs, and they're gonna find something. I mean, we have some pretty good locations that we know where to look. So that's gonna make things even worse too once they find remains.
Honestly, from the way that it sounds like everybody assuming that I knew something, then it just sounds like no matter what happens, then I'm fucked for dating the wrong person.
Well, I mean, every single person, every single witness says that you knew about it after the fact, for sure, at least. So, if you, I don't know how else to say it, but I mean, to protect yourself, I mean, what did Alex ever do for you? Like, why are you protecting him? He sounds like he was not a good human being. Like, he, pretty much took advantage of you, it sounds like. He took advantage of a lot of people and just shit on a lot of people.
Yeah.
And, even his parents, it sounds like he just always keeps taking and taking and taking from them. Like, they're always sending him money. He's always just spending it on drugs and shit. And, I mean, I'm pretty open to, I understand people have shit in their lives and stuff, but, Alex didn't know and doesn't know when to stop. He's taking from everybody.
I think I know what it, I think I know the situation where, God.
What do you know? I'm telling you right now, they're going to be going after Alex. And we just need your help to go after Alex.
I know. I can't believe you did that.
So, what do you know?
That's what that was.
What was? Did you help him spread some stuff around?
No,
Probably what you're going to tell me, I already know, so just tell me.
hang on. Did you lock the door? Say this. Honey. Yeah, I figured that.
What's that?
Hang on, talking outside. Hey, can y'all watch your film? Or playing with your toys? Thank you, baby. Looking back, sounds weird and off, but I don't know if it's something I should talk to you about, or if it's something I'm just gonna have to talk to the police or about.
Yeah, I mean, can you tell me also? Like I said, I probably already know, like,
He wanted to get rid of some luggage at one point that I thought was kind of weird that he wanted to get rid of it. So
where
he
did you
wanted
get
to,
that?
he wanted to burn it in a fire pit. He said it was just old stuff that needed to be thrown out anyway.
And where was that?
That was in his parents' yard.
Like right behind their house or like back in the woods?
Back in the woods.
Was it far from the house or?
It wasn't too far. It was like a short hike down into the edge of the woods, and he wanted to get rid of the luggage. But I didn't know what was in it. He just said it was he said it was some like old books and clothes and stuff, so.
And was
It
it
was
heavy?
weird, but kinda. But he said there were books in it,
How many suitcases was it?
just one.
Like how big, you know?
Like the regular size?
Like something that you would put in like an overhead bin on an airplane or bigger than that?
Something that wouldn't be a carry-on. It would probably be like, you know, that you would run through the, what are those?
Yeah, like, that you would check the bag or whatever.
Yeah.
And do you know, did you ever go back to that burn spot again and get rid of anything, or?
I don't know if he went back to that burn spot or not. Like, I mean, we had a couple more bonfires in that spot afterwards, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. I thought it was
Okay.
weird and kind of
Okay.
wasteful.
Yeah, was anyone else there with you when you went any of those times to burn them?
No.
Just the two of you guys?
Yeah, because it was just a spot on his property. He wanted us to go and cook out and stuff there.
So do you remember how many times afterwards you went back and had bonfires there?
I don't know. It was
Did
an
he ever
occasional
take-
thing, and like I've told you before, I worked a lot during that time,
Yeah,
and I wasn't exactly in the best state of mind.
yeah. Was there any other spots that he ever took anything like that and like burned it or anything else?
I don't think so.
And how soon did he do that after Morgan went missing?
I think it was a week.
Like a week or less after she went missing?
A week or, yeah, probably.
You know, where he would have been keeping that until he went to burn
I don't know. There's nowhere that I could think of that he would be keeping something like that wouldn't have alerted me or his parents. I mean, at the time we were sleeping in the same room.
it? Who was sleeping in the same room?
I was sleeping in the same room as Alex.
Gotcha. Where was that? Like did he have a basement room or like?
It was a little side room, I think, because it's like a plantation home. I think it was like a help room or something.
Was it on the main level or the basement? Or? at daytime or at nighttime when you guys took that suitcase out to burn
It was like in the evening,
it? Just starting to get dark or something?
yeah. That's one of the reasons the bonfire didn't really trigger much in my mind.
Should
So I was like, okay, you know,
did his parents see the fire from the house, or was it like further in the woods than that?
I think they would have been able to see it from the house. Like I said, it wasn't super far.
Do you think that bonfire area is still there?
I don't know.
Or
It
it might
depends
be-
on if it's been, it depends on if it's still been used.
Yeah. Is there like an opening in the woods there, or a trail that leads to it, or anything like that?
It was just like not even a clearing, but a small area just big enough for a fire, but you couldn't have one during like the fall or anything because the trees were too close. It was one of those places that you have to make a, like fire ring or a guard to keep it from spreading over into the brush.
So was there like rocks around it when you took the suitcase out there or anything?
I think so, yeah.
Or was it like a metal ring, or just rocks, or something like that?
It was rock. It had to have
Okay.
been. It wasn't super sophisticated.
Okay.
What the fuck?
And you said it was just that one suitcase was all that you saw?
Yeah. Why would he do something like that?
And did he, like, was it heavy enough that both you guys had to carry it, or did he, like, roll it out there, or how did he get it out there?
It had wheels.
So he just, like, pulled it?
Yeah. Why would he involve me in something like that?
I think that's just the kind of person he is.
God, I fucking so sick. That's horrible.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, this poor baby.
people are gonna probably be contacting you in the next couple of weeks or so. Like I said, depending on when the dogs can go search, we've been waiting on them. They were gonna do it about a month or so ago, but they had to be called out of the country to do a search in Guam or something because there's a typhoon, so they're getting back in town here, coming up, and then they're gonna go search that area.
I swear I did not hurt her.
Yeah, that's what everyone told us too, that you didn't do anything. But Alex made you help him with stuff like this suitcase, it sounds like, is what other people have told us.
I didn't even know she was there.
I understand, Katelyn, I think you did know, and you were just in a shitty position at the time. I know everything that was going on at that time was crazy, there's a lot of drugs, there's a lot of stuff going on. I think you got into a situation just like Morgan did, like Alex used the people and used you and used her, and just, he was messed up too, and probably still is. I mean, like I said, like, I'll do anything I can to help you, because like I said, I think you're a victim, too. You just, I've given all my information to the police and to the FBI, and I've been communicating with them. So it's just a matter of time when they're gonna come talk to you and talk to Alex. But like I said, if you ever want to share with me what you truly know, just let me know, and I'll pass that information on to the police and the FBI so they understand that, like I believe, that you're a victim in this situation. I mean, the witnesses that told me that you know about it, obviously, you know what happened, you know what was in the case, you know. I told you exactly what happened, and you know that's what happened to you. Alex choked her and killed her for whatever reason. And people told me a couple different reasons why they think he killed her. Why do you think he killed her?
I really don't know. Because he didn't get his way or something?
That's pretty much what everyone told me, exactly what happened. Is that he wanted to have sex with her and she wouldn't, and so he couldn't get his way in it.
Fucked up.
What's that?
The whole world's fucked up.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I can't even imagine what you've been going through all these years having to deal with this. And I'm sorry that that's happened to you. And I'm sure it's going to suck even more right now, like knowing that this is, you're going to have to answer for this in some way at least. I mean, you're at least a witness to this, to what happened, and you're going to have to expose what Alex did. But like what I've already told the police is that everything that I heard is that, and I believe that you were a victim. I mean, you moved there for him, right? Didn't you just move there not too soon before Morgan got there?
Yeah.
And then he wasn't even working, right?
No, he wasn't. The
So
first
you're
thing we were
working.
saying, we ended up losing because I didn't make enough money on one night. And I wasn't told that, you know, rent was due when it was due, and I ended up paying like my half and his half and his friend's half.
Was that when you were living in the RV or a different place?
That was the RV. But his friend didn't have his portion, and I was supposed to pay that, and I didn't make enough for that part. And that's when we had to move in with his parents, because his friend already had a backup plan.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm that. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. I mean, I know almost everything. I know about the RV. I know about all these things. I wouldn't have called you like this if I didn't know what was happening and what was going on. This is not a call that you want to make to someone, trust me.
I believe me.
I'm sure it's not a call that you want to get. I'm sure you're hoping that this would just go away and maybe Alex would OD or something. It would be, I don't know.
Honestly, the stuff I went through because of him, I was kind of hoping he would OD someday.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
You got that part right.
Yeah, and that's why I made that comment. I mean, just talking to you all the time that I did, I realized that, like, he was a shitty person to you. And that you probably went through a lot of shit having to deal with all that. But I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just trying to be honest with you. Like, if you don't tell the whole truth, like, you're going to get wrapped up with this and he's going to take you down with him. And I honestly would like to help you because, like I said, I think you're a victim.
I'm just scared at this point because I'm literally going into a custody thing with my ex and trying to get the custody of the kids because he's just as bad. And if my kids end up with him,
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
the father of my kids won't even go into therapy for his anger management.
I can't even imagine having to deal with that and then have this pop on you at that exact moment too. And again, I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just trying to be honest with you. Like, who I'm working with in Peoria right now too. And if you want to go in and talk to someone in Peoria, I have some individuals there who will come and talk to you and meet you wherever you want to meet them and talk to you. I've been talking to them. So they're in the loop on all this stuff. They know what's going on.
Yeah.
So it's either they're going to come see you soon or you're going to go see them. And I'll tell you, if you go see them, and
Text me any of their names and numbers.
yeah, as soon as I get off with you, I can contact my people and have all that coordinated if you want to go in and talk to them.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give me some information so that they know that you're,
I know I'm probably gonna get wrapped up as an accomplice and suffer just as much as he is.
so can you, without telling me too much, can you just tell me, I mean, I already know it. I mean, you know what happened, right?
Yeah.
And you can tell the police enough information that they can go after Alex and question him and tell him that they know exactly what happened, right?
Yeah.
And where it happened.
I also know that if he ever gets out, then he's probably gonna come after me.
He's not gonna get out. And if you know where he is, we think we know exactly where he is. We're just waiting to go after him. But if you know any more about where he possibly could be, that would be helpful too.
I
But we
don't
can-
know where he's at, and that's the
When
most
was-
serious thing.
Where was he last that you heard?
The last time I heard about where he was out in California. I think, out of curiosity, a couple times I've tried to look at his Facebooks, and I think one of them said something about Texas, which made me kind of nervous, because it seemed like he was coming back east.
Okay. So will you be able to give the police like information, like what day it was that it happened, where it happened, and then what he did with the body and stuff after that?
I would be able to. I don't know exactly like where or the time that it happened.
Okay, we kind of have a timeline of what we think it happened. We think it happened, she was out at a park with a guy earlier in the day, and then she came back to get ready to go to work, and was getting ready to leave for work, and then that's when it happened, and then she never made it to work that night. Does that sound about right?
I don't know if she was getting ready for work, because I had already left.
So the two of them were together by themselves?
No, me and her were supposed to start working together, because we were going to go to a new club under, the idea that, hey, we might make a lot more money at this club and kind of
Yeah.
stand out a bit more. And we were supposed to work together, because we got along really well.
Yeah.
But then by the time I got off work,
So you got off work and you came home and what?
stuff happened.
Did Alex tell you what happened, or did it happen when you came home?
I was told a little bit about what happened, but I wasn't told the whole story.
Okay. Does it match up with what I told you?
What you
And
told
what
me.
and what people told me?
What
were you-
told me.
What were you told that happened?
I was told that she had some kind of freak out and had, like, started trying to attack him because he had some scratches on him and he had, you know, defended himself.
And how did it happen?
I don't know how it happened.
Like did he hit her? Did he stab her? Or did he, like, what?
He said he had hit her and she had kept, like, coming at him, so he had tried to put his hands on her neck and just push her backwards and she choked.
Okay, that's what I heard too. Okay.
But I wasn't really certain that that's what happened. I didn't believe them.
What did you think happened?
I thought exactly what you had said happened. I thought he had killed her.
Because she wouldn't do something with him?
Yeah.
Okay.
That had made more sense in my mind, and I wanted him to, you know, just call an ambulance, do something, and he didn't want to.
And do you remember if she was bleeding or anything?
I don't think she was.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was told too.
I think the back of her head might have been a little, like it had been bleeding a little bit.
Like she had a bump or something on the back of her head.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, that was the only suitcase that you know of? There was not another suitcase?
No.
I know this is really hard to talk about, but do you know if he, like, dismembered her and, like, burned some stuff and then buried other stuff or something like that?
I don't know exactly what he did. I decided I was going to go, like, stay out by his parents for a couple days. Just avoid that area altogether. And
And he was back there doing stuff while you weren't there? Like over a couple of days or something?
yeah, I think so.
And so,
A week to a little bit less than a week.
that he kept doing that stuff? Okay. And so if we search just on his parents' property, do you think we'll find something?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay. I'll leave it up to you when or how you want me to deal with talking to the police about our conversation today. You can just let me know how you want me to handle that.
Give me the numbers, I'll go in and talk to them.
Okay. I'm really sorry this is happening to you, and like I said, whatever I can help minimize the pain and anguish that you're having right now, I'll do as much as I can.
Why does it matter if I'm experiencing any kind of pain and anguish? I'm experiencing fear for my kids.
Well, even that, I mean, like anything that we can do, I'll try to keep you in the loop if we can locate this better, or if we know where he is, but right now, we're really searching to find where he is. We're having a lot of trouble finding where he is. So we never, yeah.
Get to him before anybody else has a chance of telling him that you guys are after him.
finds out he's gonna do something?
I know that he knows the area that I live in because I haven't moved around too much. And I know that he knows how to find me.
Has he ever threatened to hurt you?
That's why I kept my mouth shut. And I really don't care if he comes after me, but I have two little ones. And I don't want anything to happen to them.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any way that you can help us find him before anything happens. Like, I don't know if you communicate or could contact his parents and find out where he is so we can surprise him and like, I mean, that would be helpful. I have not contacted his parents yet because I was waiting till the last minute to contact them to do that. For that same reason, I didn't want them to tip off Alex that, because him not knowing anything about this, like you said, is the best thing right now, that he doesn't know any of this is happening.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping.
So I don't know if that's something that you're willing to do or want to do, or if you could find out from his parents where he is, that would be huge. And then,
I don't have any contact with his parents. Maybe 6 or 7 years ago, they sent me a box of some of my stuff, and I haven't had any interaction with them since then.
yeah, I don't know if you could contact him and say that you're trying to get a hold of him and like how you can get a hold of him where he is or something. And that
I don't know.
way when
You
this
know
all
his
happened.
mom's Facebook?
Yeah, I think I even have a phone number for his dad, but not his mom.
She's honestly the easier one to talk to.
Okay. Yeah, I'll contact it. Is there a way to contact you on Facebook right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm under.
I sent a message to Serenity, the Serenity one.
Mhm.
So if you just respond to that, if you can give me any of that information. But I don't think they're going to give me any information about where he is. Maybe they will. I don't know. They would probably be more willing to give that information to you if you're willing to do that.
I don't know why they would give me that information.
That would be the only way that we could ensure that we know where he is before any of this information starts coming out.
I'll do my best. If you send me his mom's Facebook and name and then his dad's number, I can try getting a hold of either one of them.
Okay, and then I'll let you know, because obviously that's going to be a huge tip-off, is when we go onto the property with the dogs. I'm sure, I don't know if his parents know anything or suspect anything, if they're going to, like, call Alex and say, hey, they're here again searching.
Yeah.
But I'll let you know once I know when that's going to be. It could be as soon as, like, a few days from now, or it could be, you know, more than that. So that's why I was trying to contact you before.
And I'll do what I can to help.
Okay, and then, yeah, just if you respond to that on Facebook. I have a different name on that account, so I sent you a message just earlier today, so.
Alrighty.
Okay, Katelyn, thanks for talking to me, and I don't know what to say other than that I'm thinking about you and hope the best for you.
Thank you.
And whatever I can do to help you, just let me know.
I'll keep in contact.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
some of, you're not a police detective or investigator or anything like that, right?
No, I have no education or training or occupation like that.
You're gathering information, talking to people on social media, people who reach out to you that might know something, people who've kind of heard things around town or things like that, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And this isn't me shooting it down. You guys did great, okay? I'm not,
Yeah.
but there's some things in this that just aren't factually accurate. Is that right? That
That's
you
correct,
learned
yes.
through- like some of here we talk about, she's at a park with a guy earlier in the day and comes back to get ready, and that's when it happens. Like, that's not really.
It's just an assumption that we made.
Okay, so there are some assumptions in this that you're kind of telling her to get her talking.
Yeah, I mean, we were just getting information and grabbing at straws, really, just to keep her talking.
Okay, and you don't know the full, like, you don't have all the Facebook record printouts, you don't have cell phone records, anything like that?
No, I don't have any of that technical information. Just
So you don't know when she's saying she's afraid of Alexander Warren and stuff, that she's like seeking him out in California and things like that? You don't know that information to be able to talk to her about it?
correct.
Okay. And you tell her something about cannibalism or something being involved with something that you've heard, and she kind of reacts to that, like, oh my gosh, like it was really shocking or bad, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Judge, I'm going to tender State's Exhibit 230, which there's already in the record, there's a business record certificate for TikTok in the videos. So I'm going to tender State's Exhibit 230, which is more TikTok videos.
Submitted.
If you wouldn't eat a person, why would you? If you wouldn't eat a person, why would you eat an animal? Well, it is bold of you to assume that I wouldn't eat a person. If you wouldn't.
And can you see at the bottom there what that caption is associated on that video?
Not the full. I could just only see I would.
I would.
Correct.
Whenever you tell me I'm pretty, that's when the hunger really hits me. Your little heart goes pitter patter. I want your liver on a platter. Use your fingers, stir my tea, and for dessert I'll suck your teeth. Be too sweet and you'll be a goner. I'll pull a Jeffrey Dahmer.
All right, I don't have any more questions right now. Thank you.
Ross?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Finley. How are you?
Well, thank you.
I wanted to briefly talk about the two videos that you just saw. Are you familiar with TikTok?
Yes.
Okay, and you're familiar with how TikTok works,
Yes.
and that people post things on TikTok?
Yes, for all different reasons.
Okay, and are you familiar with cosplaying?
Only slightly.
Okay, would you understand that that's when people essentially dress up and sometimes reenact videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that what you just saw essentially was Ms. Goble cosplaying, correct?
Not sure I would agree with that, no.
Okay, but you would agree that she's dressing up as someone?
Yes.
Okay, and that the voice that you heard wasn't exactly hers.
I'm not sure of that or not.
But you spend a good amount of time talking to her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of those conversations were on the phone.
Just that one, 2 times.
Okay, 2 times. And one of those conversations was about 40, I believe it was about 40 something minutes?
Correct.
Okay. So you believe that that was her voice that you just heard on the TikTok videos?
I wasn't really paying attention to differentiate that during the time.
Okay, no problem. So I'll back up a little bit and talk about kind of, when did you start going into kind of the filmmaking?
Probably 2018 or so, maybe.
Okay. And was it something that you did training in, or was it just like kind of learned as you went?
I didn't take any film training. I just took acting training.
Acting training?
Yes.
And did that entail anything about kind of investigative work? Like what did they kind of train you on?
No investigative work.
Okay. So when you were doing kind of your own investigation, you're kind of learning as you go.
Yes.
Okay. And how many, would you roughly guess how many, well, let me back up, what type of things, or what type of events or stories were you mainly investigating?
Only this.
Only this one?
Yes.
So this was the only one that you had done at that point?
Ever, yes.
Okay, ever. So this is the only story that you've actually worked on ever?
That's correct.
Okay. And obviously we just spent a good amount of time going over the messages, the Facebook messages, and then there was also the phone call that was just played, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I believe you said there was one more conversation where you were kind of just sitting on the back end, but you were on the call, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was the extent with your conversations with Katelyn?
Actually, speaking, yes, but for years we communicated over Facebook Messenger.
Right. So from the Facebook, so everything that we just heard
Yes.
and watched, that's pretty much the extent of your conversation with Katelyn.
Yeah, I believe that probably includes everything.
Okay, and I want to kind of start with the first conversation, the initial conversation that you were having with Katelyn. Were you talking with other people?
At this, you have to clarify for me.
So when you were talking, so during the time you had the first conversation, were you also asking other people kind of about this case? Were you doing other investigative work?
Yeah, regarding this case, I maybe was communicating with 1 or 2 other people at that, when I first initially started talking on that July 1st date.
Okay, and who were those 2 other people?
That was Sherry.
Okay, and who was the other person? I didn't catch the other name.
I don't, somewhere around that time frame, I was speaking with Sherry, and I was also speaking with Casey.
Okay, and based on that, kind of, that's when you were, just kind of interacting with Katelyn, just trying to gather more information.
That's correct.
Okay, now during the second conversation, I believe that was from like October 4th of 2020 to January 8th of 2022. Were there any additional people that you were talking to, other than the ones you just mentioned?
Yes, I had contacted probably over 50 or maybe even 100 people at that time.
Okay, so at this point, you had kind of been in the mix, just talking with different people, getting different information.
That's correct.
It's fair to say some information obviously didn't pan out, and some information kind of seemed more valuable than others.
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, I believe there was a moment where you all kind of spoke about a specific Facebook message where Katelyn was essentially kind of explaining like there was an ex-girlfriend that she was referring to. Do you remember that?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And at that point, did you have any reason to believe that she was lying on that specific topic?
I'm not sure on that specific topic. It's just, I got so many different stories. That's why you see me asking over and over again the same exact questions I offered. So I asked, so I wasn't sure what was the truth and what was lies, quite honestly.
But she did give you an explanation as to what that specific post meant.
Yes, I believe she did at that time.
Okay. And during this time, had you spoken with any officers, any investigators, any FBI agents, anything of that nature?
I had missed phone calls. We had exchanged messages and had never connected,
Okay.
but that was the extent.
And when you said you exchanged messages, Facebook, text?
That was a voice message, phone calls, yes.
Okay. Now, was there any moment where you guys actually spoke with them?
No.
Okay. So these were just, you either call them and they missed your call or they call you?
Correct.
Okay. Did you speak with any of Alex's friends?
At any time during the
So
period?
during the October 4th to January 8th of 2022. Sorry, October 4th of 2020 to January 8th of 2022. I think that was kind of the second time that you and Katelyn had, that the conversation. That was the
Correct.
second.
I'd have to review when, yeah, there was an individual who I was speaking with during that time. I believe he was,
Okay. And do you know the relation to, like, who that person was in terms of the relation with Alexander?
yeah, they were pretty close with him. I believe even maybe lived with him, or their partner lived with him, Alex, at one point.
Okay. And when you kind of talk with people, do you do any vetting?
Yes, of course, I try to do as much vetting as I can.
And what kind of vetting do you do? Can you kind of explain how you
Yeah, mostly my vetting is just doing super deep dives on people's Facebook and people adjacent to them. That's as best as I can vet without having any technical, experience or criminal training.
Okay. So you try to look into it as much as you can.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you did that with the person who, I guess, identified someone who's fairly close to Alex.
Yes, I did extensive.
Okay. Was there anybody else that you spoke to that was either friends with Alex or close to Alex?
Yes, there was another individual also.
Okay. And do you recall how many times you spoke to that person?
That person was probably less than 10 times.
Okay. Now, were these conversations also via Facebook or was it on the phone?
All my conversations, almost entirely, were on Facebook chat messenger.
Okay. And when the information that they were actually telling you, how were you able to vet that?
Usually I would try to cross-reference it with another individual who was kind of in that circle or outside the circle even too.
Okay. So the two friends that you had spoke with that were close to Alex or knew Alex, did you cross-reference what they said amongst your notes?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as we know, did that information was it consistent, or was it, were there differences, or was it consistent with what they said?
Yes, it started to match up, yes.
Is that a matchup? Okay. Now, moving on to before the third phone call, or before that phone call, I know you didn't mention that you've spoken with, or you missed calls from investigators and stuff like that. Did you try again, or was that the only, I guess, period where you were trying to get in contact?
It depends on what the time frame was. At the time that Ashley came in and started volunteering her time, she was the main liaison.
You all right?
Let's see it. It's under my foot here.
Oh, okay.
It's under my foot if you have something.
I get that.
You okay?
We good?
No more wasp? Everyone's good?
All right, take a deep breath. Okay. You can proceed.
Okay, I think I had asked right before, I guess, the phone call, between January 8th of 2022 and the phone call that you made with Katelyn, were there any time you made more efforts to speak with any investigators?
Again, that wasn't me. When Ashley came in and volunteered her time, she was kind of the liaison with law enforcement.
Okay. And when Ashley came on board, exactly when did Ashley come on board?
I believe that was in January of 2022.
Okay. And did you reach out to her, or she reached out to you?
I reached out to her.
And this is someone that you knew prior, or how did you get to know?
No, I just did a kind of a Google search, Facebook search.
And at this point, where were you living?
I was living in Tennessee.
Tennessee. And do you know where Ashley was living?
She was also in Tennessee.
In Tennessee as well. Okay. Now, when Ashley would gather whatever information she did, would she then bring that to you?
Yes, we would definitely exchange all that information.
Okay. And when she passed along whatever information she gave to you, did you vet that information?
Some of it was just she vetted it, and then I would do some additional vetting also.
Okay. And the information that she vetted, you trusted the information?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you were aware, she never provided anything that was kind of out the blue. At least she made best efforts to get whatever information she got.
Yeah, I think all of her information that she brought was stuff that we really looked deeply at and thought was something that we should take time to look at.
Now, again, without saying what anybody said, do you know if she spoke with any of Alex's friends?
Alex's friends, I'm not sure.
Okay. Other than the two that you have mentioned, prior to the phone call, have you spoke with anybody else who may have been close to Alex or knew Alex to a certain degree?
Had Ashley?
Excuse me?
Have I or
Yeah,
Ashley?
yeah. Prior to the phone call, other than the other two that you already mentioned.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
So prior to the two individuals that you already mentioned that were close to Alex, have you spoke with anyone else who was close to Alex right before that phone call on, I believe it was July 10th of 2022?
It depends on what you define as right before, but yes, there was other individuals. I mean, I spoke to probably maybe nearly 20 individuals from the Porterdale area and surrounding areas.
Okay, and out of these 20, did they all identify someone that knew Alex?
Yes, or were adjacently knew him.
Okay. And when you had this phone call with Katelyn, this was on July 10th of 2022, you mentioned something that you felt she was protecting someone, correct?
I believe the call was in 2023.
2023, I'm sorry. You mentioned that she felt like she was protecting someone.
Correct.
Okay, and at that time, is that how you felt?
Yeah, I wasn't sure, yeah,
Okay.
yes.
And this is from information, again, that you gathered from as many sources as you could.
Yes.
You vetted it, you trusted, I guess, to the best of your ability. And obviously, there's some things that just didn't pan out, because, people are telling you information from left and right.
Yes.
So you said that you felt she was protecting someone. Who did you feel like she was protecting?
I didn't know who it just seemed, there's a few different individuals who I thought I wasn't getting all the information about.
And when you had this conversation with her, were you essentially letting her know everything that you knew up until this point?
No.
Okay. So there were things that you were still kind of keeping to the side?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those things?
I'm not sure. I'd have to really kind of do a checklist, to be honest.
Okay. But is it safe to say that the thing that you did tell her, you still told her a good amount of information that you had known?
Yeah, I think I gave almost all the information. There might have been just things that were a little bit, I said them differently or maybe didn't reveal entirely.
Okay. And you had mentioned that obviously some of the information, I don't know if you said it wasn't exactly true or was it, you were kind of, I don't want to say you were tricking her, but it wasn't exactly what you meant it to be.
Correct.
Can you give a ballpark of the percentage of, was it 10% of the things you told her? Was it about 50% of the conversation? Or?
It's probably a couple percent.
Okay, so it was a small number.
Yes.
Okay, so for the most part, the things that you were letting her know, something that you truly believe.
Yes.
Okay, and in that phone call, you had mentioned that there were witnesses or there were people that saw what happened.
I don't,
That Katelyn saw what happened, correct? In regards to what happened to Morgan.
yes.
Okay. But you didn't mention anything about her actually committing the act, did you not?
I don't recall saying that to her in the recording, but there was some information given to us that was true.
But you didn't mention that at all in any of the recordings from you and Katelyn.
Correct. A lot of that, I feel like I was trying to just keep her on the phone and get her to the police too, so I didn't want to alarm her too much.
Okay. And in that same phone conversation, you mentioned that you believe that she was a victim, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With all the information that you gathered, there was nothing in the conversation when you mentioned she was planning something, correct?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to ask
So
that again.
in the phone conversation, at no point did you ever mention, hey, I think the two of you planned this?
I don't recall that in the...
Okay. And there was nothing that you brought forward to Katelyn, no messages or anything like that, that would say, hey, I think you guys are planning this.
I don't know about plan was a specific word, but I think a number of times said, I know you know what happened. You know what happened.
Right. So you essentially said you knew that she knew what happened, correct? But not about, hey, this is something that I believe you planned.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't believe I used the word plan.
Okay. And based on that conversation that you had on the phone, it sounds like you believe that Alex did the actual killing.
No, we had some other information other than that. Again, I was trying to keep her on the phone and try to get her to the police.
But you did mention on the phone that you believe that Alex was the one who killed him.
I don't remember if I said that or if when I asked her what happened.
Okay. And you told the state that basically there were some inconsistencies from the first set of messages up until the phone call, correct? With Katelyn.
In the Facebook chat messages?
Yeah, from the Facebook to the phone call messages,
Yes.
there was some inconsistency. But the one thing that she maintained is that she didn't actually do the killing with the killing of Morgan Bauer.
I'm not sure if she ever came out flat and told me that or not. I'd have to review that.
Okay. Now, do you recall when she kind of gave the story of what happened leading up to?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, you all had the conversation of what happened afterward, I guess, with the suitcase and things of that nature.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And when you mentioned again that she was a victim, that you felt that she was a victim, this is something that at the time, again, something that you had believed that Katelyn was the victim of, I guess, the situation.
The circumstances, yes.
Okay.
But I did say to her that I believed that she was either there shortly after or was there at the time.
Okay. But you didn't exactly come out and say, I believe you actually killed Morgan.
No, again, I felt like I was trying to keep her on the phone and trying to get her to the police.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes. In fact, the information you're talking about that you're getting from other people implicates both of them in this, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the people are telling you, they're not just like, this is Alex, they're implicating both of them in what happened.
Yes.
And then you said that, at the time you thought that she was protecting someone, is what what you just testified
Yes.
to, and, subsequently or afterwards you've learned everything else in this case that you didn't know at the time. And so after learning all of that, is it that she could have really been protecting herself?
Yes.
I don't have any more questions.
This witness be excused.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You are released from your subpoena, free to go about your business.
Thank you very much.
You can take all the wasp with you.
I think the next witness is going to be a little bit lengthier, so maybe a good time. Maybe a bit of a lengthier witness, maybe a good time to take a break.
Okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why don't we just take a quick break and we'll come back in. We'll knock on the door at 20 minutes to see whether you're done. If you're done, fine. If not, we'll take some more time. All right. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Permit anyone to discuss it with you. Call your next witness.
Ashley Durham.
Raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give in the case of the state of Georgia versus Katelyn Goble will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Speak loudly into that microphone, please, ma'am.
All right, once you get settled in there, you can move the microphone closer if you need to, but that looks pretty good.
Looks good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ashley Durham.
And how do you spell Durham?
Durham.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what you do for work?
I'm a private investigator in Tennessee
And how long have you been a private investigator?
since 2016.
And can you talk to me about any sort of training or licensing that you need to be a private investigator?
Yes, so you have to have 2,000 hours and work with a company, and then I have my own company now, so I had to do more hours for that. And I have to do continuing education every 2 years.
Can you talk to me about the typical type of cases that you take as a private investigator?
I mostly do criminal defense, a lot of military criminal defense stuff, and I do some civil child custody cases, things like that.
Is this your first time actually being called as a state's witness?
Yes.
And through your work as a private investigator, did you meet Terry Feely?
I did.
Can you talk to me about how you guys met each other?
I received a Facebook message asking if I would be willing to help him find some people that he wanted to talk to.
Did you agree to help him?
I did.
Are you getting paid at all by Terry Feely or anyone else to either work on this case or to appear here today?
No.
When Terry Feely reached out to you, is that the first time that you learned about Morgan Bauer?
It is.
And was your goal to assist Terry Feely in working or looking for Morgan Bauer or finding out if she was still missing or if something else had happened to her?
Right. At first, I was just going to help him find the people he wanted to talk to, and then the more he told me about the case, the more I was invested in it.
Okay. I guess when you mean the people you wanted to talk to, do you have different resources that maybe a private person does not to help locate people?
I do.
So you were going to help do that for him and assist him with that?
Correct.
And for the people that he was attempting to locate, did you get contact information for them?
I did.
Throughout your help with Terry Feely, did you create your own sort of case file?
I did.
And did that include the contact information for people that Mr. Feely spoke with?
Yes.
Did you provide that to law enforcement at some point when they were looking into this case?
I did.
And so what you provided to law enforcement would have had the contact information for anyone that Mr. Feely had talked to?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Feely was kind of the front man and you were the background investigator?
Absolutely.
At some point, did you have a conversation with David Settles?
I did.
And in speaking with David Settles, did he implicate, I'm not going to go into his actual statement, but did he implicate Katelyn Goble at all in Morgan being missing?
He did.
Based on that information and maybe other information that you had gathered, did you and Mr. Feely attempt to continue to have conversations with Ms. Goble?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to me, I guess, what was going on when you guys were trying to contact her?
I believe that Terry spoke with her first and then had her agree to speak to me.
And do you remember what that date was that you guys spoke with her?
July 13th, I think, 2023.
Okay, so July of 2023?
Yeah.
And so would it have been the same day that Mr. Feely had a recorded phone call and then you and Mr. Feely speak with Ms. Goble yourself?
I'm not sure if it was the same day.
Okay. And when you guys spoke with her, when you spoke with her, what sort of things were you able to review? Were you able to review, or did you have access prior to speaking with her, her full Facebook records?
I did not.
When you spoke with her, did you have Morgan Bauer's full phone records?
No.
And when you spoke with her, can you kind of talk to me about what your goal was or any investigative techniques that you used when speaking with her?
Yes, I just wanted to try to get some inconsistent statements from her. I had been told that she was given a lot of different accounts of what happened, so I felt like if I got more inconsistent statements that we could notify law enforcement and they would pay more attention to it.
Did you end up speaking with Ms. Goble with Terry Feely?
Yes,
And was that a recorded conversation?
it was.
When we listened to that conversation, some of the things that maybe you were telling her or agreeing with the statements that she's making, is that because you believe those things?
No.
Is that an investigative tactic?
Yes.
Did you have other information when you were speaking with her that you did not provide her with? You know, you didn't show her all your cards.
Correct.
Okay. When you speak with Katelyn in building that rapport, do you also offer her the ability to sign a confidentiality agreement?
I did.
Did she say that she wanted that confidentiality agreement?
No, she didn't.
Did she continue to speak with you and didn't want to have that paperwork signed over or sent over to her prior to speaking with you?
Yes.
Did you also offer her to contact or give her contact information of a local attorney?
I did.
Did you end up providing her with information for a local attorney?
I did.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recorded statement that you had with Ms. Goble?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that fairly and accurately reflect the conversation that you had with Katelyn Goble on that date?
It did.
And at this time, I tender States Exhibit 98, which is the recording, and then I do have a transcript, States Exhibit 99, which I'll file for the record, and that can be distributed to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, minute.
And this is just an audio recording.
Hey, Katelyn.
Hey, Ashley John with Katelyn and Terry.
Okay. Hi, Katelyn.
Hi.
How are you? Could be better, huh? So
It's been a week.
kind of weak.
It's been a week.
Oh, it's been a week, yeah. Terry tells me that you guys have been talking a little bit and you might have some questions or need some kind of direction as far as what to do next or anything.
Well, okay. Basically, it's like, I mean, I'm not an expert on law and I don't know how things work, but I do see a lot of news articles on the police and I do see a lot of, like, all this stuff that doesn't really give a lot of people a lot of trust in the system. And I need a lawyer, basically, at this point.
Okay. So I already have someone I'm getting the contact information for them right now. that it's coming from someone who I completely trust, like with everything in Illinois. So we'll take care of that for you. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure that you have that contact number for that lawyer.
Yeah, and then, I mean, you guys don't even know where he is, which is terrifying to me.
Well, not yet, but I mean, if you want me to like jump on it and just falls to the walls, excuse my expression, then I'll do that and find him.
The problem is like, if his parents called him, or one of his friends called him, or he had a conversation with one of his friends and they got mad at him and they said, okay, well, we're reporting you. Because, I mean, obviously something like that had to have happened because his friends waited this long to say anything to anybody. Then he knows.
So you're worried that he's gonna be talked to first, and then it's gonna be his word against yours?
No, I'm worried. I'm not worried that he's going to get talked to first. I don't care if he gets talked to first. I don't care how that goes down. What I'm scared of is he knows where my grandmother lives.
I got you.
Me and my children live at that house. I have babies.
Okay.
He is scary.
Okay. So let me just reassure you for the first part of that. So as of right now, no one has talked to him, has a plan to talk to him, anything like that. Like that's not on the to-do list as of now at all. Second of all, like you said, it's going to be difficult to find him, but there's a couple of ways to do that. That's kind of, I don't know, it might make it easier. But still, your name is not going to be brought into it.
Harry mentioned Fat Randy's name, and Fat Randy is a sociopath. So I don't know if he's not going to be alerted.
Okay, well, no one's talked to Fat Randy as far as my understanding. And then, I mean, even when you do talk to someone, no one is going to find him and say, "So Katelyn told us this." It's not going to happen that way. It's not. I'm going to make sure that that's not happen. I'm going to make sure that every step of the way they know, hey, she's in fear for her life, her kids, her family. Like you have to keep this serious, and that's going to be completely the number one thing that this. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you feel like everyone's safe. And as of right now, like I said, no one knows that you're talking to anyone. No one knows that.
I don't care if he ends up coming after me, but I just don't trust the people that he used to be in circles with.
Right.
And like I said, I need a lawyer, and I'm probably going to want witness immunity if it's possible.
Okay, that's something you'll have to talk to the lawyer about for sure. But I'll make sure you have a good lawyer that knows that you are to be treated like family, like a family friend, VIP, whatever.
So, Katelyn, one thing that Ashley and I were also talking about that will help us navigate through this with you and know exactly what we need to do to help you. If you're willing to give a complete statement to Ashley, that will help us.
Isn't that a conversation to have with the lawyer first?
Oh yeah, so I was going to tell you that too. So when you get with the lawyer, you can let them know that I will work your case for you, and I won't charge you, and I won't charge him or you anything. So essentially, that would, if he's okay with that, that's normally how I would do it. And normally lawyers don't care because they don't want to pay out of attorney funds, and if a client can't afford a PI, then. But what that's going to do is give, for your reassurance, that's going to give confidentiality. I already have a confidentiality with you if you want to talk to me based off my license. Like I can't. It's between us, just like your privilege with your lawyer. I have the same privileges. So, what I would do is like, once you get a lawyer, you can be like, this is the PI I was talking to, blah, blah, blah. He will know that we have privilege, and you'll have to give me permission to talk to him, vice versa, and then I'll be like, here's what we talked about, here's this statement or whatever, and then I can, if you want me to work your case with you, then I can do that.
I don't know if Harry is even remembers me ever saying this or if, but I'm pretty sure at some point I have told Terry that I have a really hard time trusting him and am kind of afraid of him.
Afraid of Terry?
You, Terry, basically anybody.
I understand that. I mean, I totally would be that way too. So whatever I can do to reassure you, I'm fine with doing that. I can send you my license, my card, my anything like that. But I'm just telling you, I'm bound by the law and my license that it's confidential. I can't share anything. If you agree to talk to me, I can't share anything with anybody without your consent, even your lawyer.
And Katelyn, I can hang up right now too if you want to just talk with Ashley, or if you guys want to start a new phone call or whatever.
Or we can both sign an NDA if you want as well. Like I have one that I use for everything. I can send him, he can sign it, I can sign it, we can send it to you.
Yeah, whatever you're comfortable with. I mean, I have no agenda here other than I want to make sure that the people who are responsible for this are responsible. So if that's you having a conversation with Ashley alone or whatever that looks like, I'm fine with that too. So
I can talk to you guys about it.
Okay.
It's not something I've ever forgotten, so.
Right. So if you, I mean, just wherever, I'm fine with you jumping around, whatever, however it comes to you, whatever you need to, however you need to tell us, it's totally fine with me. Also know that I might interrupt you here and there because I'll pick up on something and I'll need to ask you certain details or whatever.
Yeah.
And I just reminded my husband, hey, tell him that it's super important for him to give me a lawyer right now. So I'm on top of that as we speak.
Okay. So, I know I met Morgan back when I was working at, I think it was called Cabaret or something like that. But it was this little split club. So one side had guy dancers, the other side had girl dancers. They did a bunch of bachelorette parties, but mostly on the girls' side, we just kind of babysat the husbands of the bachelorettes.
Interesting. That's a good idea.
She was there, and she had been, told that she couldn't work there because they had just changed the age. I had been working there before they changed the age, so I was kind of grandfathered in. Like, they had just changed it within that couple weeks, I think. But I do know they had said something about me being grandfathered in because I was almost, I think I was 20 or 19, around there. And so she had been told, like, she was just sitting at the bar, talking a little bit to the bartender, and I came up and said, hi, sir, we started up a conversation. She talked about, her life, and, it felt like we had a lot of things in common, because we both didn't have great relationships with our mothers, and I was asking her, why are you looking into dancing, and she talked about having just moved from up north, and I had just moved from up north too, down to Atlanta, for almost the same reason, just looking for something better. So we got along really well. I mean, looking back at it, both of us girls had our heads so far up in the clouds. But I hadn't talked to her again for a while after she left from that night. And I don't know if I texted her or she messaged me, because I had moved to a different club, and I think that was, I don't know which one it was, but I think it was in a place called little horseshoe bar. So the inside of the bar had a horseshoe shape. The bar. And the DJ about, we needed more girls. They were asking it around. So I remember, hey, she was looking for a place or not. And then when we met up, we also had the idea to go and audition at T's, which neither of us had an Atlanta license, right smack in Atlanta. I never worked right smack in Atlanta, even though I have licenses for other cities, but I never worked right in Atlanta. I was I'm nauseous. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
So we went and auditioned at. You have such a long drive back. How about you could crash with me and Alex, and I'm going to have to go to work the next day, but if you want to go to work with me and hang out, you can. If not, that's cool. And she wanted to go and hang out with some of her friends, so that's what she did.
Okay.
Because it was like a 3-hour drive, I think.
Okay. Did you know any of her friends at the time?
I think I met briefly someone, I don't know his name, but it was a guy who had stopped by a lingerie shop because she had messaged him so that he would buy her a outfit. And I don't know if it was a friend or someone that was, sweet on her.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay.
I assume it was a little bit of both.
Right.
She probably saw her as a friend who would buy stuff for her, and he probably was a little sweet on her.
Right. Thinking he was going to get something probably too, a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, alright. I had offered her that, hey, if you want to crash with us because it's a 3-hour drive, you're more than welcome to. And, at that point, I don't think I realized, Alex seeming to be interested in her or anything. I would think that would have been,
You would have noticed.
that female paranoia.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But she was younger. I think maybe a year than me.
Well, I get the idea that you guys are different kind of, not personalities, but different I don't know, I don't know. I would probably wouldn't have picked up on it either, just because she seems more, I don't know, not been around the block, doesn't know much, and you're more strong,
I don't know. I think when she went to Atlanta, she kind of rebuilt herself.
Oh.
Because one of the things that she had told me was her parents were in prison for being drug addicts and selling drugs, and she was a very outgoing and very talkative, eye-catching person. So I think one of her goals was to rewrite herself in general. But she didn't seem very shy about anybody. She didn't even have an easier time talking to people than I did.
Right.
Sorry about the car noises.
No, I don't hear anything, you're good.
But at the same time, I know because, you know, she hadn't been dancing before, and I was just learning myself, but I still wanted to, you know, give her the, you know, girl support girls kind of stuff. So, I think when I first offered that she could crash with us, she declined because she had a hotel that she was staying in. But then, the next night, she had asked if, okay, where's the place? She had asked if she would be able to come over and crash because something was going on with her room.
Do you happen to remember which hotel that was?
I really don't. It was like out in the dumps,
Oh, okay.
like Serious Six kind of area.
But she had been staying there for like a little while before this occasion that you're talking about?
I think she had been staying there for a little while because she had like a couple bags of clothes.
Okay.
But there were some things that she like threw out, and then she was gonna come and go to work with me that night to hang out. And I had offered that, but then she, like I said before, she wanted to go and hang out with friends, so I had left her work. And yeah, that was probably the biggest mistake I've made. And I've made a lot of fuck ups. I didn't think anything of it.
I mean, that's usually how a fuck up happens. I mean, you look back and you're like, what the fuck did I do? But I mean, everybody does. Everybody goes through stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't mean like that specifically, but I mean the fucking up part.
Huh?
I mean the fucking up part. Everybody goes through times where they fuck up.
Yeah, I've made quite a few bad decisions in my lifetime, including going to Georgia in the first place, and also including marrying my ex-husband. And joining the military and, you know, hitchhiking out into California. Yeah.
That's brave.
I'm not smart.
No.
I'm not brave, it's dumb.
Hitchhiking to California is like brave. Like I would never, ever.
Cool Blue 100, please. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, it's not brave, it's really dumb. Especially now that I look back at all the stuff I did before having kids. Phew, fun.
Yeah.
So, that gets to the bad parts.
Okay.
I got home that night, or early in the morning, and Alex met me outside and told me to be quiet on his side.
Okay, so when you say you got home by yourself?
Yeah, because I was borrowing his dad's truck at the time. So I was using his dad's truck to get back and forth from work, and I usually have like an hour to like an hour and 15 drive back and forth from work. So normally by the time I got home, I was pretty white.
And when you say home, you mean Alex's house?
Hang on just a moment. Let me get away from this intersection.
Okay.
I gotta wait for this. People here are so loud.
Well, if it helps, I don't hear anything, so your phone has great noise cancellation.
Awesome. Anyway, it says something along the lines of, you know, like, be quiet, come inside. Or I think he was more panicked, so it might have been something along like, shut up and come inside, or. And I mean, I thought maybe he had just had like a fight with his dad or something.
And this house, the home that you're talking about, this was Alex's, and is that, what address is that, or which house is that?
That's his dad's place.
Okay.
I don't remember the address.
Okay, if I said it, would
I
you,
think it was some weird address.
would you recognize it if I said it?
I don't know if I recognize the address, but I recognize the house.
Okay. So South Broad Street?
Big white house.
Okay, like an older type house?
Yeah, kind of
Okay.
like it was a really big plantation home, I believe.
Okay, gotcha. Right. And so you got home and he was already there and you had been at work and you got home and then, go ahead, sorry.
And he told me to get inside, and he was acting very fidgety and anxious and like snappy, which means that like I got inside. I didn't really want to fight because, like I said before, he's very scary. He has that Kubrick stare down menacingly well. I'm walking, I'm a little bit short of breath.
No, you're fine.
So he told me that something had happened, and he was very like blunt about it. He said, "Your son's dead," and like it didn't register properly.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can imagine.
It was like, what? Because I thought maybe, okay, are you mad at her? And you're saying that she's like, you know, like that, just, oh, that person's dead. Just out of frustration, or are you, like, what? Because at that point I had started being panicked and confused myself. And he brought me inside, and she was laying on the floor in our bedroom.
Morgan was laying on the floor in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he told me that she had freaked out and threatened to go to his dad and tell his dad that he was keeping extra people in the house because apparently he had told her that, you know, she needs to kind of lay low because she's not supposed to have other people over, and that she had attacked him because he had scratch marks on his face, and then he had defended himself and hit her, but she kept coming at him, so he said that he choked her, and his story didn't feel right.
Right.
Because she was partially undressed.
I'm just going to pause that at 26 minutes and 10 seconds. So Ms. Goble was just telling you about how Alex approached her, and was she able to give you a lot of details specifically about the things that Alex said to her that occurred between him and Morgan Bauer?
No, not a lot of detail.
Was she able to tell you the sort of things that he was saying to her, like specific quotes?
No.
For example, on page 8 of this transcript, Katelyn says, and he told me that she had freaked out and threatened to go to his dad and tell his dad he was keeping extra people in the house. So did Katelyn give you a direct quote that Alex had relayed to her from Morgan?
Yes.
Okay. And then did she also then describe that Alex was relaying to her that Alex had told Morgan that she needs to lay low because he's not supposed to have people over? Is that a detail that she gave you about that conversation between Katelyn and Alex before she walks in and discovers that Morgan is dead?
Yes.
And then does she also describe that Alex had told her that Morgan had attacked him that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So another detail that Katelyn gave you about the conversation between herself and Alex.
Correct.
And then did she also give you the detail that Alex had told her that he had defended himself and hit her, but she kept coming at him? And so that's when he had to choke her.
Yes.
Okay. So I know that you said that Katelyn was able to give you a lot of details, but were those some of the details that she gave you about specifically what Alex said to her before she then goes in and discovers Morgan?
Yes.
Okay. And then later throughout your investigation, did you learn that that conversation was a complete lie?
Yes.
Resuming at 26 and 10 seconds.
And she just looked really bad.
I mean, you described him as like being scary. Do you think that that it would have played out that way if she started to threaten him or attack him? Would he instantly like take care of that, or would he try to calm her down, or like what's his character in that way?
He was a panic action person from what I saw, but he also like I can have a morbid side because I always have. I've kind of always been like the goth emo kid, but it's morbid like haha morbid, or okay, that's a little weird morbid.
Right.
But his morbid side was you're not really sure if he's threatening you or if he's joking.
Right.
But his like responses were also very unpredictable, like wildly unpredictable. I could never know if he was going to freak out over something, or if he was going to brush it off, or if he was going to be quiet, or want to figure something out. And in this case, he was on the more quiet and still panicked but quiet side.
Pausing at 27 minutes
And
28 minutes. So you asked Katelyn whether or not Alex was scary and what she meant by scary. Did she give you any particular examples where Alex was violent with her personally?
No.
I told him, like, we have to call an ambulance, or we have to do something because she might still be alive. I knew it was wrong. I knew I was wrong. I knew there was no way because of, it's a face that I have not had dreams about.
So, let me pause you for a second. How long do you think before, if you have any idea, before you got home, do you think that this took place?
I don't know, but I know because I did touch her. I went to check her pulse, and she was cold, and I went to try to lift her arm to check her, wrist, because that's the first thing I went to do is I checked her wrist, and her arm was stiff. It wasn't moving.
Okay.
Like, it wasn't soft and movable like a person.
Okay.
And I've been trying very, very hard for the last several years to just kind of blank this stuff out and kind of throw it into a dream state or something.
Pausing the interview at 29 minutes and 33 seconds, I think we just heard Katelyn describing how she got home and then how she first interacted with Morgan's body, and she gave us quite a few details about how Morgan felt and what she saw. Through your investigation and throughout this case, did you later learn that she never left and came back to discover Morgan? That was a lie.
Yes.
Well, I mean, in my experience, that makes things worse because it takes so much energy to keep stuff there that, like, you almost can't put energy into other aspects of your life. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have that sense or that feeling of free anything. Like, no peace, no, like, just, I know it sucks because it's like, well, the alternative is to tell someone this, and I don't want to do that, so I'll just keep it bottled. But then it, like, does so much damage, like, mentally, physically even. It's just, it's not fair to the people that, like, want you around and want you to be mommy or want you to be sister or aunt or whatever. Like, they're getting half of you almost.
Yeah.
So, what time did you go to work, or what time did you see Alex last? I'm just trying to narrow down the time.
Like, saw him last?
Yeah. So, like, if this happened,
I would leave work. I would leave for work around like 4 or 5 o'clock, so that I could get there by like 5 or 6. And then I wouldn't get home until like the club closed down. And I think that one closed down around either 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, the one that I was at the time. So I wouldn't have gotten home until like 4 to 5 a.m.
1, 2, 3. So that's almost 11 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, just roughly, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you went in and you saw her and you said, we should call the ambulance. When you touched her, she was stiff, sort of. Did you feel for a pulse or anything like that?
Yeah, that's why I had, tried to figure out, like, if she had a pulse at her wrist or if she had one at her neck.
Okay. So you tried both areas?
Yeah.
Okay.
In high school, I took a medical professions class, and, they teach that if you can't feel one at the wrist, then sometimes you can feel a faint one at the neck because that's the last one to stop.
Right. Okay. Wow, dude. I can't even imagine having to do that. I can't even imagine going through
I
that.
was at the time telling myself it's wax.
Oh my gosh.
Like Madame Tussauds. My hometown where I grew up had a Madame Tussauds, so I'd seen wax figures before. And I was telling myself, it's just really scary wax, like the Madame Tussauds 9/11 tribute room or something. It's just really scary wax.
What was Alex doing when you were checking her?
He was standing behind me and over me and just watching. He was quiet at that time.
Do you feel like he was like he wanted you to come in and take care of everything? Like he was so freaked out, or was he looking over you like to control you?
I think it was more he was looking over me as a positioning of control.
Okay.
Because when I had started to tell him that, we need to call somebody. We need to get help. And his body language was leaning more and more over me. And he was right behind me at that time, too.
Okay. So then he kind of like didn't, he was on the fence of trusting you at that point because you had mentioned it, so now you could be a threat as well.
Uh-huh.
Got you.
I mean, I could literally just see the result of putting him into a panic right in front of me at that moment.
Right. So then after you felt her, then then what happened?
After he told me that we weren't going to call anybody, that there was no point in calling anybody, and because he showed me, then now I'm an accomplice. And, you know, he would say that, you know, I was there and helped and whatever. He said now that he showed me, I was an accomplice, and I touched her, so my fingerprints were on her. And I was barely not a teenager. I was freaking out. I was panicking. He told me that, you know, if I did try to call anybody that night, then he was going to be buried in 2 bodies, not just one. Because Morgan was bigger than me. She had more weight on her than I did, and I could see that, you know, he just did this. There's nothing stopping him from doing it again.
Right.
So my best option at that point was I'm going to appease him. I'm going to tell him that I'm going to be very quiet, like I'm not going to say anything, but I don't want to have anything to do with this. And at that point I walked out of the room.
And did he come behind you, or he stayed in the room?
He stayed in the room.
And this was like during, so this was about what time? So if you got home somewhere between 3 and 4 a.m., or you said they closed at 3 or 4 a.m., and then it took you an hour to get there. So we're into like the next morning, 5 or 6 a.m.-ish, give or take?
Yeah.
Okay. So the sun was coming up now, or no?
It was coming up like just barely. Usually when I would get home, like the sky was just starting to turn orangish.
Okay. And were his parents home at this time usually, or what's the living situation there?
Yeah, his parents were home.
Okay.
I'm just going to stop it at 36 minutes and 32 seconds, and I'm going to direct you to State's Exhibit 5. I'm just going to show you a couple pages. So we just heard Katelyn describing how Alex had been kind of standing over her, intimidating her, and had said something to the fact of like, there might be 2 bodies we have to bury, and that's why she didn't call the police, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm showing you, I said State's Exhibit 5. This is page 1134. And this is a post that's already been tendered into evidence as Katelyn Goble's Facebook records, where it's a post where she says, tell me if I'm reading this correctly, I cannot lose you, and then it displays a man and a woman in a tub. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the timestamp on there is February 2nd of 2016, and so it would have been posted within the same week that all of this happened to Morgan. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then I'm also going to direct you to State's Exhibit 5, and this is page 194 of those same records, where she had posted on there the status that she posted, and tell me if I'm reading this correctly. I hate how some people don't understand that they can't be hitting up someone else's boyfriend for emotional support. Leave us the fuck alone and understand that just because I've been nice so far doesn't mean I won't get scary if you cross me. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then we have the UTC time there, but then we've also converted it, and that would have been posted by Katelyn Goble on February 27th of 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
And through your investigation, you learned that that would have been about a day after Morgan had any interaction with her cell phone, so a day after she would have been killed.
Correct.
resuming that interview at 36 minutes and 32 seconds.
And they were just, the house like where they can't hear what's going on, or y'all were just super quiet?
It was a very big house. I know his parents slept with a noise machine because there've been a couple times that he told me, you know, don't worry if you have to get up and go make something for yourself in the kitchen before you go to work or whatever, because like when they go to bed, they sleep with a white noise machine. So if you end up pacing the house because you can't sleep, then you're fine.
And this would have been, do you remember the date by chance, or the day of the week, or anything like that?
I think that was the morning of the 26th.
So it would have been, so the 25th, then she probably would have already been gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pausing at 37 and 38 minutes. So Ms. Goble herself, the defendant, confirmed the timeline that she would have been posting those things in reference to Alex about a day and a half after she witnessed these things.
Yes.
Let me ask you something else, and if I'm bothering the way that you're able to talk to me, then just stop me and I'll shut up.
You're okay.
So her phone, do you remember anything about her phone at this, like in the point of your, where you are in your story, do you remember anything about where her phone was?
Yes. That is the major thing that I did.
Okay.
Is I was the one who took her phone and pulled the battery out of it and put it down the storm drain.
Oh.
Pausing the interview at 38 minutes and 18 seconds. So in speaking with the defendant, she confirmed that she destroyed evidence.
Correct.
She confirmed that she destroyed evidence that would have assisted people in locating Miss Morgan Bauer.
Correct.
Resuming.
All right. And that was on the 26th. How long after all this was going on do you think that was? Like, right when all this happened?
That was probably the day after, and it went down the drain in a little 5 point.
Okay, so we're still on the 26th then, or the 27th?
That would be the 27th.
Okay, 5 points. Storm drain at 5 points. Okay. Do you remember like where? Like if I showed you a map or anything like that, would you be able to recall it?
It wasn't far from the shop area. I think it was on one of the side streets with a couple like nice houses, and one of them had a storm drain right out front.
Okay. Did anyone use the phone or make any kind of, do anything with the phone, or you just picked it up and took the battery out, or what?
I think he had tried to open it a couple times.
Like unlock it, open it, or open it to take the battery out?
Yeah, like unlock it, open it.
Okay. And obviously he didn't know the password or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So you took it on the 27th. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you way off. So, back to 5 or 6-ish on the 26th. You walked out of the room. He stayed in the room. The parents were still probably in the bed, or?
I know that they were like around her ankles. They weren't on the bed. I left the room. I told him I wasn't having anything to do with this, but like I would keep my mouth shut, but I wasn't having anything to do with it further.
Okay, what was around her? What was around her ankles?
Her pants.
Okay. Like her panties and her pants, or just her pants?
Oh.
Okay. Did she have a shirt on?
She did, but it was pulled up.
Okay, did she have a bra on?
No.
Okay. So did you, at that point, did you think that he had sexually assaulted her?
I
Or?
didn't believe what he had told me at all.
Okay. Alright. Now, so thinking about like how Morgan acted around him, like her demeanor, and I know you said she talked to people and she was like outgoing like that, but do you feel like in certain moments that she would have given in to having sex with him, or do you feel like she would have totally been like...
She was super friendly, but she had even confided in me that, like, her type was more like black guys.
Right.
She liked them. She didn't like, people like Alex. She didn't like the kind of, heavier set white guys.
Right. Well, do you think that she would be easily, like, convinced? Like, she would have just slept with him because he was trying to sleep with her, or she would have been, like, no and offended?
No, wouldn't have acted offended, but she probably would have laughed it off.
Okay. Okay.
Or at least tried to be nice.
Right.
But firm.
Right. Okay. So she had been there all, like, when did she get there to Alex's house?
She had gotten there, either, I think it was on the 24th, because she had asked to come over. It was either late on the 24th or early on the 25th.
Early as in like early in the day? Early morning?
Yeah, early morning on the 25th or late at night on the 24th.
Okay. And how did she get there?
Huh?
How did she get to Alex's?
Because his dad wouldn't let him drive the truck, I picked her up.
Okay. And you picked her up from where?
The hotel.
I gotcha. Okay, gotcha. So she was there about the 25th and the 20th, so possibly not even a whole day then. Well,
Yeah.
not the whole day. Okay. And she's never stayed there before?
No.
Okay. Gotcha.
Pausing interview at 43 minutes and 40 seconds. So Ms. Goble again just kind of clarified the timeline for us that Morgan had gotten there on likely the 25th. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you again with a page from State's Exhibit 5. This is page 192. I'm going to direct you to this post by the defendant, and correct me if I'm reading, am I reading this correctly? The defendant posted, "Death is when the party really started," and then she tagged Alex in that post. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was posted on March 10th, which would have been about a week from the date that they had Morgan over their home and killed her.
Correct.
And then in addition to that, she also posted on the same day, "I hope he likes that I'm weird," and tagged Alex in that as well.
Correct.
Okay. And this was, again, within a week of what she's describing. She comes home, sees Morgan Bauer with her clothes disheveled, and believes that maybe the person that she tagged in these posts, Alexander Warren, had sexually assaulted her.
Correct.
Resuming the interview.
Okay. So, parents are still asleep or not making noises or whatever. You left the room, he stayed in the room, and then what?
I left the room. His parents had already come down and were making coffee in the kitchen and starting to watch the news in the living room. I had come down and I went into the kitchen and I sat with his mom and just was kind of in shock. I had some coffee with her and
Pausing the interview at 44 minutes and 22 seconds. We just heard Ms. Goble give the detail that after she walked in, all of that, specifically, she had coffee with Alex's mom.
Correct.
Resuming interview.
just told her that, you know, having some serious relationship issues and talked to her a little bit, but nothing in detail or nothing in specific that would panic her. But I also, you know, I care about his mom a lot. She's a very sweet lady. I mean, several times she even worried about me being with her son. At the same time, a lot of times that they would thank me for being with their son because they thought I was, you know, a better influence than a lot of the people he's been around.
Pausing the interview at 45 minutes and 15 seconds. So Ms. Goble explained to you that her parents sometimes worried about Ms. Goble being with Alex, but did she portray it in a way that they were worried for her, not necessarily for Alex?
Yes.
Okay. And she portrayed that his parents thought she was a good influence for Alex.
Correct.
Right. Because up until that point, I had worried about him a lot, and I tried to steer him away from using, and I tried to get him to, like, at least be functional, but at the same time, I was kind of failing in that space myself.
Right. So when you said that Morgan left to go see a friend, which day or time frame was that?
I'm not really sure.
But it was during that, the 24th and the 26th?
Yeah, she had said that she was going to go meet up with a friend, and that's why I went to work without her.
Okay. So that friend would have had to come pick her up at Alex's then?
I'm not sure if she walked to meet up with him or how that worked. I'm a little bit in the know on some things, but
so you're not even for sure that she did go meet a friend, just that she was going to.
Yeah, but I think that was the video she took with the guy with the blue shoes.
I got you. Okay, got you. So then he would have brought her back there to Alex's house.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if she walked around the corner to be picked up or if he had picked her up there.
Okay, because it was walking distance. Okay, got you.
I think that park is in like easy distance from the house.
Okay. That makes sense. I didn't realize that it would have been that close. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Okay, so then you're talking to his mom, and he's still in the room. You don't hear anything from him until when?
Yeah. I didn't want to worry her, or panic her, you know, just, they were being generous, just even letting me stay there, being a complete stranger to them. And I felt like, you know, we burdened them so much, and now there was this, and that would just be a lot. They're elderly.
Right.
I don't really know how to explain those feelings.
No, I understand that. I mean, also you're kind of in shock and probably traumatized a little at this point, so I get that.
Yeah.
So his parents everything to them was just going on as normal. It was a normal morning. They were doing everything just as they would.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next couple of days, I just basically avoided the room as much as possible. Anytime I did have to go in there, I didn't see anything. Like, I didn't see Morgan.
And I'm going to pause the interview at 40 minutes and 41 seconds. Were you aware that when Katelyn spoke with Mr. Feely earlier in the day, just prior to this, that she had told Mr. Feely that she had no idea that Morgan's body would have been there, and she had been staying in that room with Alex right after that happened.
Yes,
So that would be different than what she's telling you just a little bit later in the day.
correct.
I had to go in there was to grab clothes and change and get out as quick as possible. I went and babysat for, I think I remember her name being Amanda. I went and babysat for her kids. And that was one of the days that a police officer came to talk to me. I just tried to stay away from all of that as much as possible.
Pausing the interview at 49 minutes and 13 seconds. So Ms. Goble is portraying to you that after all this happens, she goes to some other lady's house and is babysitting.
Yes,
So I guess if she was away at someone else's house, she could have called 911 at that point in time.
yes.
Right. So do you think at that point that she was still in the room those few days, or do you think he had moved her, or where do you think she was during that time?
There was a small, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go in with them. There was a small, bathroom attached to the room, and I think that she may have been in there.
Okay. Just because you didn't see her and because you hadn't noticed him coming in and out of the room or anything? That's why you think that?
I knew he was coming in and out of the room, but we weren't talking at that time. But yeah.
Okay. And was it normal for you guys not to be talking, or were you just kind of like, I don't know what the fuck to say to him, so I'm not talking to him kind of thing?
It wasn't normal for us not to be talking, but his parents had seen us not talk before, so I'm sure his parents just thought, we weren't talking because of something else happened.
So then, when's the next thing that you remember, if you jumped a little bit, and then I'll kind of bring you back?
Mm-hmm. So I was avoiding him a bit. I knew he was coming in and out of the room, and the next time that he, actually had an interaction with me was when I was sitting out on the porch, and it was evening time, and he told me, hey, I got a suitcase that we need to take down to the burn pile. Don't worry about it, it's just some clothes and some old books, but we're going to take it down to the burn pile and burn it.
Pausing at 51 minutes and 34 seconds. So when you were speaking with the defendant, she's telling you that she didn't know what was in this suitcase, and that Alex specifically had told her that it was old clothes and books that they needed to burn.
Correct.
Now through the complete investigation in this case, we know that's a lie and that she assisted in putting Morgan Bauer in that suitcase.
Yes.
Why did he tell you it was just some old books and stuff? Like he was...
I knew he was lying, but one of the things while we were sitting down at the burn pile and the sticks had been all piled up and everything was burning, and he told me, you just need to forget about what happened and keep your mouth shut because I could still do that to you.
So even with no one around, he still was talking and acting as if, like, in La La Land, I guess, like this is just books, and no one was around, he would still act like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if he was convincing himself or if he was just trying to, say it because of me. I don't know what that was.
Okay. So that was the first time that you saw any
Remains.
okay. So do you remember what the suitcase looked like, what color it was or anything?
It was a, check-in size black wheelie suitcase, like you would take to an airport,
Like the hard kind or the soft kind?
soft.
Okay,
I think it had a bit of a hard frame, but mostly soft,
okay, gotcha. Do you remember what color it was?
black.
Okay. And so, in the bathroom that you were talking about, what did that bathroom have in it? Did it have a tub and a shower and a sink and all that, or just a shower, or just a tub?
It had it was this tiny little half tub, like you could sit in it, but you had to have your knees bent because it was just this little half tub. I know, that's weird, isn't it?
No, it's not weird.
And it did have a shower and a little sink and a little mirror.
Okay. And that was adjacent to the bedroom that you guys were staying in?
Yeah, it was attached to the bedroom.
And that was the only entrance into the bathroom, just that, through the bedroom?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, there were plenty of other bathrooms in the house, so.
Right, okay. So tell me about when he came to you and said that it's full of books or whatever. Where were you guys when this happened?
We were at the house.
I mean, like where?
I was over on the porch, off to one. There's a side of the porch that has this little sitting swing. It's kind of close to that bedroom, but I was wondering if, maybe I would hear him talking to somebody or something was going on, which is why I was sitting there, because I was starting to get really paranoid. I didn't know if he would be talking to one of his friends some of his friends are really crazy too. And I wanted to try to keep some kind of tabs on him because I didn't know if he would decide to, come after me for being a witness.
Right.
Pausing the interview at 55 minutes and 5 seconds. So the defendant just kind of described in detail how this conversation about the suitcase full of books occurred, and she even gave a detail that she was sitting on a swing. But throughout the investigation of this case, your review of this case, do we later learn that that conversation never happened?
Correct.
Or for, not being thrillingly going along with what was going on. Because that brings to mind, there's 2 posts that I made on Facebook around, I think, a couple days after. And at that point, I had tried to block out most of what was going on, but the posts were not about that incident. The posts were, the first one was was directed towards his ex named Sarah, because Sarah had been talking kind of.
Okay, so he came to you about the books, and then you jumped to the Facebook post. One was about Sarah. And that's
one was about Sarah, and I guess out of the other one, the one that gets a lot of attention, the Bob one, I don't know why I posted that, but I think I was just trying to cope with what I had seen.
Right.
And pausing the interview at 56 minutes and 22 seconds. When you're speaking with the defendant, she's couching it as if she posted the Bob meme after all this happened, but after we've gotten her full Facebook records and after review of her timeline still, she actually posted the Bob meme earlier in the 25th, before Miss Bauer was murdered. Is that correct?
Correct.
It felt like a dark humor thing, but I'm the kind of person who laughs when I'm scared, or I'll make jokes about, I have a heart condition that I'm going to end up needing surgery by the time I'm 40 for it because I have blood backflow, and I make jokes about that too. So things that make me uncomfortable, the things that scare me, and tend to try to make it into something funny, even if it's not really funny.
Right, I get that.
I know it's an unpleasant response.
But I mean, it's your comfort. That's it's comforting to you. I mean, it's not crazy to me. I totally get it.
It's not even comforting to me. I think it's like some kind of on the spectrum response.
Oh.
And my therapist has been talking to me that, you probably are somewhere on the spectrum or just very severely traumatized because of life.
Yeah.
Like, probably a little bit of both.
Yeah, probably that. Well, I'm glad that you have a therapist. I think everyone should have a therapist, even if they think they're good, and I think everyone should have one.
Anyway, I have been sitting out on the porch, and he had come to tell me that. He had come to tell me that we needed to go and take that suitcase down to the burn pile. And while we were at the burn pile, he had made me thinly veiled threats. And he had also made a very... I apologize.
No, you're totally fine. It's not bothering me one bit.
He had made his unveiled threats, and he had talked about her tattoos. Because for some reason he found one of her tattoos entertaining, which I don't remember what it was, but I do know it was really uncomfortable.
You felt uncomfortable, or she felt uncomfortable?
I was uncomfortable with how he was talking about a tattoo that she had.
Okay.
Because it was just wrong.
Because of what? Because of what was happening with her? You felt like that?
Because of everything that had happened, and because of what he did, and because of, I think it was one of her quote tattoos.
Okay. So it was kind of a dark, one of those dark time things that you were talking about with him, like morbid.
Yeah, it was.
I'm pausing the recording at 1 minute or 1 hour and 3 seconds. Your Honor, we do have, this is kind of a good stopping point. We do have about 46 more minutes. I know we're at 5 o'clock. It's been a long day, so I didn't know if people had arrangements after or if we wanted to resume in the morning.
You want to leave? Yeah. You want to apply for another 46 minutes?
Let's resume tomorrow.
Pardon me?
Let's resume tomorrow.
Strongest voice up front. Oh, very good. Again, just as a reminder, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Don't get on any of these. I won't go through the litany. Nothing on the internet to check on it. Turn your just if the injured, just put it on the railing there, and you all step back in the jury room, drop off your notes, pick up any personal items you have, and we will let you all exit first, and then we will exit after.